It's Thursday morning in Cobb County, Georgia, a fast-growing community northwest of Atlanta that's home to more than 750,000 people.
Cobb County is the third largest county in the state of Georgia. It's known for just being a serene, suburban-type community. It's a great place to live.
People here like to say that Cobb County is close to Atlanta, but far away from the big city.
You get the best of both worlds.
Although plenty of people end up somewhere in between. At a little after 10 that morning, a Cobb County police cruiser pulls into a trailer park just south of Interstate 20.
People tend to think of a trailer park as something that's low class or have very negative connotations. But here in the South, and especially in a lot of rural areas, the trailer homes are just like one-story ranch-style homes.
The police pull up to the home of 36-year-old DeCarla Lomax.
Her family has not heard from her, and they're pretty concerned.
People who loved DeCarla had been trying to reach her to no avail. So they called police to go out to her mobile home for a welfare check.
Walking up to the trailer, the officers don't immediately see any cause for concern.
There was no broken glass, there were no open doors, anything like that that would alarm them.
DeCarla, are you in there? Miss Lomax, are you in there?
When no one answers, the officers track down the property manager to unlock the door.
They go inside, announce themselves. This is police. Anybody here? Still no answer.
The officers look around the sparsely furnished living room.
It's so empty, it looks like no one really lives there.
But that doesn't mean no one's home.
We got a body.
As the officers enter the bedroom, they discover a body of a Black female laying on the floor.
Their face and head is completely covered with a jacket.
But her identity is all it conceals.
The jacket isn't covering up the fact that there's a pool of blood.
DeCarla Lomax had come to Atlanta in 2006 from the small town of Abbeville, South Carolina.
She was a hard worker, somebody who was always striving to better herself.
Moving to Atlanta, it's the land of opportunities, especially for young Black professionals.
However, DeCarla wasn't just looking to better herself. She was building a future for her family.
She was a single mother of 3. By 2011, her 2 older children had already left home, but she was still raising her 16-year-old son.
Being a single mother, raising a 16-year-old son has to be challenging.
Did you finish your homework?
Yes, Mom.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
How much do I involve myself in his life? How do I make sure that he's safe? Keep him on track with his grades. There are so many dynamics that go into raising a teenager.
Once you finish your breakfast, if you want me to give you a ride to school on my way to work, I can do that.
Okay.
And DeCarla was doing it while working full-time as a certified nursing assistant.
It takes a special nature, a special spirit and personality to be in healthcare. That is a person who really does have a compassionate heart.
DeCarla was a caregiver at heart, a nurturer at heart. She dedicated her entire life to helping other people.
DeCarla was also taking college classes to get her degree as a licensed practical nurse.
She was always looking for opportunities to better herself, and there's much more money to be an LPN.
Being able to work and go to school, that is a lot of responsibility, but that says a lot about her work ethic.
Still, for all her success as a nurse and a mother, DeCarla felt something was missing in her life.
It's natural progression to say, hey, I have my things in order. Let's see if I can get me a companion that I can share this with.
She found that companion in Deron Williams.
She found someone who not only she was attracted to, but someone who also loved her son.
And a really great deal with it.
Oh, thank you.
It wasn't long before Duran moved in with DeCarla and her son.
Things were moving fast.
They quickly became a happy family.
And by 2011, DeCarla's career was on the fast track too.
DeCarla had recently graduated with her LPN.
Once she got her certificate to be an LPN, the world of opportunities just opened up for her.
DeCarla, Duran, and her teenage son are going to be able to afford a bigger house. They're going to be moving out of the trailer park.
But now police have found a woman lying on the floor of DeCarla's trailer in a pool of blood.
There's no pulse, no response, and it's clear that this person is deceased.
She had what we call impact wounds, blunt force wounds that caused severe damage.
She was hit so hard that her face was almost unrecognizable.
Is the dead woman DeCarla?
When the family requested a welfare check, they provided the police with a description.
She had a very distinct tattoo.
Georgia, to build a better life for herself and her teenage son.
DeCarla is a small-town girl from South Carolina who moves to the Atlanta, Georgia area for better opportunities.
While working as a nursing assistant, she took classes at a local college. She earned her certification as a licensed practical nurse.
She'd also found love with Duran Williams.
DeCarla found someone that she thought would complement her life.
Things were just looking great for her.
Police department. DeCarla, you in here?
But now police officers performing a welfare check
We got a body.
have found a woman's dead body on DeCarla's bedroom floor.
Let's check for that tattoo.
Judging from the tattoo on the lower back, the body appears to be DeCarla's.
It also appears she had been beaten to death.
Go ahead and start major crimes this way, please.
She had massive blunt force trauma to her face and her head.
It's down this hallway.
When homicide detectives arrive on the scene, they search the trailer for a possible murder weapon.
With that type of massive blunt force trauma, it had to be something heavy.
Whatever was used had to be covered in blood.
However, there's no sign of it in the trailer.
They do see some tools laid out on the counter.
But there was nothing heavy enough to inflict the sort of injuries DeCarla suffered.
There's also no evidence of forced entry or any sort of struggle between DeCarla and her killer.
It looks like it might have just been a sudden strike that put DeCarla down.
Why the killer struck is more difficult to determine.
The police are not sure if it was a robbery gone wrong.
The trailer, it was almost empty. There was hardly any furniture in there.
It looked like someone had been there packing and moving.
So it's really hard to determine if anything was actually taken from the property.
However, the detectives have reason to suspect DeCarla knew her killer.
Not only was there no evidence of forced entry, when the first officers who arrived on scene found DeCarla, there was a jacket covering her face and head.
But when someone takes the time to cover up an assault, use an indicator that that person is known to the victim.
Excuse me, sir.
After wrapping things up inside, detectives start interviewing other residents in the trailer park.
Most of the neighbors weren't too familiar with DeCarla. Some would see her come and go, but they didn't get to know her that well.
We're investigating a homicide.
One neighbor does confirm that DeCarla was in the process of moving out.
Yeah, I've seen her around. She's been coming by for the last week or so, loading things up.
That explains why there was so little furniture and other belongings in the trailer.
When was the last time you saw her?
The neighbor says the last time he saw DeCarla was that morning.
That neighbor remembered DeCarla pulling in around 8:30.
She's getting out of her car, went inside.
Huh. Was anyone with her?
I hadn't seen anyone.
However, the neighbor's story leaves detectives with another question.
The car is no longer there at the trailer.
Do you see anyone leave?
No. Next time I looked out was when the police came.
Okay. All right.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Assuming that the killer made off with DeCarla's car, detectives pay a visit to the trailer park's management office.
They asked the management office if there's any security footage.
As you can see right here, this shows the car coming into the property.
Reviewing the footage, detectives note that DeCarla arrived at the trailer park at 8:45 a.m.
And about 20 minutes later, they saw DeCarla's car coming back out of the trailer park.
And whoever was driving appeared to be in a hurry.
They could not ascertain from the video who exactly was driving, but they knew that it wasn't her.
By then, DeCarla was lying dead inside the trailer.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
But if it wasn't DeCarla, who was it? As detectives leave the management office, they're approached by another of DeCarla's neighbors.
Excuse me. Are you the ones asking about DeCarla?
Yes, ma'am.
The neighbor tells detectives that she's seen two different men at the trailer with DeCarla recently.
Well, she had a boyfriend that lived with her.
Do you know his name?
Duran Williams.
She would often see DeCarla with Duran around the trailer. But she did mention that she had seen DeCarla with another man.
The neighbor says the man's name is Raymond Harvey.
She also tells the police that she often saw DeCarla arguing with this man.
And so with this new information, police are thinking, is he possibly the killer?
Detectives investigating the murder of DeCarla Lomax have just learned that the 36-year-old nurse had recently been seen with a man named Raymond Harvey.
Raymond has also been reported by neighbors to have been arguing with DeCarla around the property multiple times.
Officers are now thinking that one of these arguments turned violent.
Based on the crime scene, detectives already suspect the killer was no stranger.
The fact that her body was covered with that jacket is an indication that this person was known to DeCarla.
But who exactly is Raymond?
Protocol is always to run a background check.
He does have some criminal history. He had been arrested for fraud charges.
But there's nothing in his past to suggest he's capable of such a brutal murder.
He doesn't have any violent crimes on his record.
But they still want to talk to Raymond to get the nature of that relationship.
Detectives bring Raymond in for questioning and tell him exactly why he's there.
We found an adult black female deceased with obvious injuries.
He's listening to the officers, very matter of fact.
He was non-emotional.
We have positively identified that person as DeCarla.
Is he just nonchalant, or is he trying to play it cool because he already knows that she's dead?
When detectives ask how he knows DeCarla, Raymond says that he's her boyfriend.
He said that she had recently broken things off with her previous boyfriend, Duran Williams.
He also tells detectives that there was some overlap between his relationship and DeCarla's relationship with Duran.
And how did y'all meet?
She came to South Carolina on a visit. She came to one of her cousin's house. So I was in her cousin's house.
When he saw her, he told the cousin immediately, hey, who's that? I like her. Can you hook me up?
Raymond says that's when he and DeCarla had begun a long-distance relationship. But she continued to see Duran, too.
When things were great with Duran, he would stay with her. And then when they weren't so great, she would call Raymond.
But he says that DeCarla eventually said she was tired of the back and forth.
She had told me on the phone, she said, look, she don't do a long-distance relationship, so I really want to be with her, and I'm allowed.
Raymond says he'd moved to Atlanta to stay with DeCarla.
And this time, DeCarla told him that she and Duran had broken up for good.
But according to Raymond, Duran wasn't entirely out of the picture.
Fell out, because, cheating incident, I moved back home.
Cheating with him?
Yeah, she was cheating with him.
Not that Raymond was entirely innocent either.
I was doing my thing, too.
DeCarla wasn't his only love interest.
But he and DeCarla had eventually drifted back together.
Only when he moved back into DeCarla's trailer, things got even more complicated.
Duran was actually there now, staying at the trailer.
DeCarla says that she's just helping him out.
He had gave them her address for his probation.
Raymond says he wasn't crazy about the arrangement, but DeCarla had told him not to worry.
She said he's not going to do nothing to say nothing to you because he knows he's on probation. He knows he's in trouble. He's gone for a while.
Still, Raymond said he didn't like having Duran around.
In fact, he says Duran is likely responsible for DeCarla's death.
Even before me, they were arguing and fighting. He was real violent.
He tells the police about how Duran had beaten her several times before, and one of those beatings actually landed her in the hospital.
Once he cut, physically, punched her in the face or something, swole up.
Raymond says he'd grown so fed up with the situation that he'd given DeCarla an ultimatum.
He says it's either him or me.
Yeah, look, DeCarla, you finna have to choose.
I don't
see. Really, I'm done, bro.
Wait, please don't go, please. I choose you. I choose you. I want you.
Really?
Yes, I want you.
DeCarla says, I want you, Raymond. I want you.
So Raymond and DeCarla decided to get their own place.
We had been moved majority of our things to the new residence.
Which explains why the trailer was so empty.
Raymond says that Duran had also moved out.
His mama, got him, several places to stay.
But did that mean he was entirely out of the picture this time?
DeCarla would often go back to the mobile home to pick up a few things.
There were nights where DeCarla stayed overnight just from packing late.
At least that's what she'd told Raymond.
The detectives asked Raymond if DeCarla might have still been seeing Duran.
Might have been up there, I don't know.
Raymond said they had had a conversation about this very fact.
But it's what he says next that makes detectives suspicious of Raymond.
She said that he never did come, but you know how to lie.
Raymond's responses during the interview were making detectives more than a little suspicious.
He was nonchalant about the whole situation.
But there is one thing Raymond says that really sticks out to detectives.
They asked Raymond if he thought DeCarla was still hooking up with her ex, Duran, behind his back.
That's when Raymond tells detectives, I don't know, but all women lie.
That says a lot about his trust of DeCarla and his overall thought process of how women are in general. So that is a major red flag to detectives.
Had he followed DeCarla to the trailer, hoping to catch them in the act?
Possibly that's the motive. That there was jealousy going on, there was a heated argument that turned violent.
Probing for his whereabouts around the time of the murder, detectives ask when he last saw DeCarla.
She stayed with me last night.
Raymond told detectives that DeCarla had left early in the morning.
She was supposed to take her son to school and then go by the mobile home to pick up a few things.
She's gonna be over there getting things situated for a while.
But when they ask if he'd gone to the trailer that morning, he says no.
Raymond's alibi is that he walked DeCarla's sister's kids to school that morning because they were staying with him at the time.
It's been writing back about place town.
Raymond told detectives he had texted her and called her and received no response.
He was wondering where she was.
It was at this point where Raymond began to demonstrate some behavior not consistent with his earlier attitude when officers told him that she was deceased.
At first, he was flat, he was robotic, and at the end of questioning, he became really emotional.
He starts breaking down. He's like, I told her, but she didn't listen.
Detectives didn't know what to make of that.
Is the reality that DeCarla is dead finally sinking in?
Or is it the beginnings of a confession?
He could be getting emotional because he's feeling guilty.
I'm gonna need your phone to check your call logs, please.
At the end of the interview, detectives ask to see Raymond's phone.
His statements in his call log was consistent. He had made several attempts to reach out and call her.
To investigate Raymond's claims further, detectives subpoena his phone records.
Since he made several texts and calls, there should be cell tower data that confirms exactly where he was.
Then, while waiting to hear back from Raymond's cell phone provider,
You can have a seat here.
detectives talk to DeCarla's 16-year-old son.
They reached out to DeCarla's brother, who picked him up from school, and asked him to bring the teenager into the station.
Thank you.
When he sits down with detectives, DeCarla's son confirms that his mother did drive him to school that morning.
And he tells them that he slept most of the way to school, but she did, in fact, drop him off at school.
His story was consistent with Raymond.
However, he does mention something that Raymond didn't know.
He remembers his mother saying on the ride to school that she was going to meet up with Duran a little bit later.
She said Duran needed a ride to the probation office.
Okay. All right.
He had a meeting that morning with his parole officer.
Considering how Raymond felt about Duran, it's no surprise that DeCarla did not tell him that she was meeting with Duran.
Sir, can you come in, please? I'm gonna ask your uncle some questions. You can sit.
She also neglected to mention it to her brother.
You can have a seat, please.
Since DeCarla's brother was already at the station, detectives interviewed him too.
Did she tell you anything about meeting up with him this morning?
DeCarla's brother is really surprised that DeCarla went to go see Duran without him.
But she knows she gonna be around him. She usually brings me along with her because we already know how he is.
According to DeCarla's brother, how Duran is dangerous.
He tells the police that DeCarla and Duran had a very violent history, and they had made an agreement that anytime DeCarla was going to interact with Duran, that her brother needed to be there as well.
He says they'd made the agreement after Duran put DeCarla in the hospital.
Raymond had previously told detectives about Duran putting DeCarla in the hospital, but he hadn't known of any details.
However, her brother does.
DeCarla's brother actually witnessed the aftermath.
I took her to the emergency room, and after she had told me what happened.
What Duran had done sounded awfully familiar to the detectives.
Duran actually hit her in the head with a hammer.
That the 36-year-old nurse had previously been the victim of a similar attack at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, Duran Williams.
He tells the police that the incident that landed DeCarla in the hospital was due to Duran hitting her in the head with a hammer.
When was that?
This was back in 2009 or 2008.
He didn't see her get hit with a hammer, but he came home, saw his sister in her room crying.
What the hell? Carla, what's going on?
And saw Deron sitting across from her.
He was sitting in a chair trying to, apologize and talk to her or something.
DeCarla's brother says he didn't know exactly what Deron had done until later, after he drove his sister to the emergency room.
She told me that she had him in there fussing with her, yelling and cussing, running back and forth.
Where you was at last night?
What are you talking about?
How you gonna go out with Raymond if we do what we do?
So he left out the room the second time. And when he came back in the room running at him. Hit her on the head with a hammer.
Her brother suspects that maybe something similar happened in this instance as well.
Her being hit in the head with a hammer in previous offenses makes him think Deron could be the one who did the same thing twice.
Thank you for your time. I'll see you out.
After talking with DeCarla's brother, detectives pulled Deron's criminal history and confirmed that he'd been charged for the attack that put DeCarla in the hospital.
They find that he's actually on probation for the assault charge.
He did plead guilty to assaulting her with a hammer.
Despite that, DeCarla hadn't made a clean break with Deron.
She let him stay at the trailer while he was on probation for the assault that put her in the hospital.
I can imagine him saying, well, if you wouldn't have made me so mad, then I wouldn't have caught this charge. And so she's feeling guilty.
Based on what detectives have learned, Deron becomes the focus of the investigation.
Police contact his parole officer in an effort to locate him.
The parole officer confirmed what DeCarla's son told them, that he was supposed to meet with Deron on the morning of the murder.
But Deron had missed the meeting.
The probation office also tells detectives that it is DeCarla who usually brings him there.
Between the parole officer, DeCarla's son, and her brother, the detectives are able to give DeCarla's parents a better picture of what happened when they arrive at the station later that day.
They have driven all the way to Cobb County upon hearing the news.
Apparently she still had some association with Deron. Something about he was supposed to go to a probation office this morning that DeCarla was going to take. We don't know what the reason is behind it, other than there was an argument probably. But I know that it was a violent death.
Her parents, of course, were devastated, but they weren't really surprised. They had warned her on numerous occasions.
Anytime a person hits you, it's time to walk away.
But love doesn't work that way. Sometimes people stay. They stay too long.
And now there was only one thing left to do.
We're going to work and work and try to bring some justice to it.
We're so sorry for your loss. Thank you for coming in. I'll see you all out.
For the investigators, the path to justice starts with locating Deron Williams.
They put out an all points bulletin for him to be located.
Detectives also issue a be on the lookout alert for DeCarla's car.
Based on surveillance video from the trailer park, detectives determined that Deron fled in DeCarla's car.
The Bolo quickly gets results.
Atlanta PD contacts the detectives to let them know that they've located DeCarla's car.
It had been abandoned. The wheels were stolen and there was no sign of Deron.
There was no indication a crime had occurred in the vehicle. They had no murder weapon.
Their best chance of locating Deron turns out to be a bust.
Detectives are preparing for a manhunt because they don't know where Deron is.
However, the search for Deron will soon be cut short.
Homicide.
Then out of the blue, they hear from Deron's sister.
Duran's sister tells the investigators that she's heard something very disturbing.
I got a call from my mother who was hysterical.
According to the sister, she had very good reasons to be.
She said that my brother had accidentally killed his girlfriend.
Has reached out to detectives investigating DeCarla Lomax's murder with some crucial information.
She says that Duran called their mother to tell their mother that he thinks he killed his girlfriend.
So I called his cell phone and he answered the phone. He was crying. He was hysterical. He says, I accidentally killed her. I killed her.
He tells her that he did kill DeCarla, but he doesn't know what happened.
They had a very tumultuous relationship.
His sister claims that they've been calling the police on each other for years.
He's gone to jail before for, I guess domestic violence with her. It's just been a complete mess.
And then, according to Duran's sister, he was holed up in an Atlanta hotel trying to figure out what to do.
The sister feels that it's best to contact the police.
Duran's sister was able to provide the location of the hotel where Duran was staying.
Thank you.
As soon as detectives are off the phone with Duran's sister, law enforcement descends on the hotel.
Thankfully, Duran surrenders without further incident.
Then, once he's back at the station, detectives sit him down for questioning.
When they let him know that he was under arrest for murdering DeCarla, he became quite emotional.
We identified positively DeCarla Lomax as being deceased. I know, son. I know.
He's distraught, and they're having a hard time calming him down.
You all right?
That display of emotion led detectives to believe that he was feeling guilty and would cooperate.
This is your opportunity to provide us with your side of what happened.
But Duran is unable to give them a straight answer.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Detectives want to know why then he caught his mom crying.
If I remember right, what you told her was that you thought you accidentally killed your girlfriend.
That's when Duran decides to lawyer up.
My mom's hoping I can talk to her.
Well, I understand why your mama would say that. And we've been through your rights. If you don't want to talk to me, then that's your right.
She just told me to do it with my lawyer.
So the police have to shut that interview down.
But detectives won't need a confession to charge Duran with murder.
They want to triangulate where that cell phone was.
His phone records show that Duran was in the vicinity of the trailer park the morning of the murder, right around the time of 8:45.
When Duran goes on trial on November 5th, 2012, the prosecutors say there's a simple explanation for why his phone was pinging off a tower near the trailer.
Prosecutors told the jury that DeCarla picked up Duran that morning to take him to his probation meeting, but they made a stop at the mobile home.
They stopped off at the trailer, and at some point, an argument ensued.
The prosecutors weren't sure exactly what the argument was about.
They only know what happened next.
He lost it. He lost his cool.
He picked up the hammer and murdered DeCarla.
Because unlike the previous attack, he hit her more than once.
This definitely was a fit of rage from Duran.
It wasn't until after multiple blows from the hammer that Duran realized DeCarla was dead.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
After the murder, he covered her face with a jacket.
Then he got in DeCarla's car and drove away. taking the hammer with him.
Somewhere, he ditched that hammer.
It was never found.
When it's the defense's turn, Duran decides it's finally time to tell his side of the story.
Duran takes the stand, which is something you hardly ever see murder defendants do.
In his testimony, he doesn't deny much of what the prosecutors claim.
He tells the jury that DeCarla did, in fact, pick him up to take him to his probation meeting.
They stop at the trailer to do some last-minute packing, and in the process, they got into an argument.
But Duran claims that DeCarla started it.
Duran said the argument started because DeCarla accused him of texting another woman.
Who is she?
Don't worry about it.
Duran says he tried to explain, but DeCarla wouldn't listen.
He states that she actually came at him.
Just stop.
Who is she?
It's nobody.
He picked up the hammer to swing at her just to get her off of him.
Who is she?
It's nobody.
He was defending himself.
That's what Duran claims, but the jury sees it differently.
The jury sides with the prosecution and they find Duran guilty.
He was sentenced to life with no possibility of parole.
To those who love DeCarla, the punishment is tragically too late.
The initial 2008 charge where he had hit her with a hammer, he received no jail time. He was on probation for that assault when he killed her.
If Duran had been behind bars, DeCarla would still be alive.
Having DeCarla taken away from this world in such a violent way was a huge loss. She was caring. She committed her life to taking care of others.
And it may have been her commitment to helping Duran, even when she knew it was over between them, that cost her her life.
For whatever reason, whether it was love or even misguided love, she allowed herself to stay in that.
20-year-old Deborah Brown breaks out of her shell when she meets a smooth-talking charmer on the streets of Waukegan, Illinois.
She was hoping to be loved and willing to make such a huge sacrifice for that.
But when her man's twisted perversion sent him running from police, Deborah willingly tags along and helps bring his monstrous fantasies to life.
The horror and the trail of terror that they left behind left a cloud over communities.
Alton and Deborah were as evil as any couple could be.
And later, in Wilmington, Delaware, 17-year-old Shakira Wanham thinks her days of being used and abused are over when she meets handsome bachelor Stephen Martin.
He would treat her like a queen. She wanted it to last.
Only to find herself pulled into a world more dangerous than she could ever imagine.
They got her high and put a gun in her purse, and he said, "I need money."
She closed her eyes. The next thing you know, the gun was going off because she wanted to hold on to them.
Growing up in the quiet suburbs of Waukegan, Illinois, young Deborah Brown certainly didn't seem marked for notoriety.
What we know about Deborah is that she was a very shy young woman growing up. Her mom characterized her as a good girl.
2 years removed from high school, the sweet and unassuming Deborah still lives at home, along with her 10 siblings.
This was a very young woman who came from a very large family, a lot of kids. And when you have so many siblings, it's just so easy to get lost in the sauce.
But Deborah's humdrum world is spun upside down one fall day when she meets neighborhood ladies' man, Alton Coleman.
Alton Coleman was charming. He was very easy to talk to. He could carry on a conversation, and people just trusted him.
Deborah is instantly taken with Alton's charismatic personality. The self-described professional poker player seems to hypnotize her.
I think she's like any other young woman who meets a young man and who sees in him what she thinks that she's been wanting all her life.
Romance quickly blossoms between the two, and after a few weeks of dating, Alton asks Deborah to live with him in the house he shares with his grandmother. But Alton's offer comes with an interesting string attached, a job in the home that keeps her removed from the outside world.
She was paid $25 a month to basically be a nurse's aide to Alton's grandmother.
A place in Alton's life is worth its weight in gold.
She would cook, clean, and do chores around the house.
It gave her a sense of belonging, and I think that's why Deborah helped him.
This was probably the first person that she felt actually needed her.
For the next few months, Deborah lives a charmed life under Alton's spell. Until one day when Alton receives a court summons and reveals to Deborah a shocking secret.
Alton, hey, baby, what is this?
He was awaiting trial on a sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl.
There were 6 different sexual violent offenses on record that Alton was engaged in prior to her meeting him.
Don't worry about it, we good. It was well known in the neighborhood that Alton grew up that his mother was a prostitute, and she would often engage in sex with her Johns in front of this young boy.
Despite Alton's predatory past, Deborah dutifully stands by her man when he asks her to accompany him to court the following week.
Deborah knew that he was going to court on a rape charge. It would be the normal thing to do if the man that you loved had committed rapes of very young girls, that you would leave. But in Deborah's case, she did not.
The night before his scheduled court appearance, Alton is nowhere to be found. And when Alton finally shows up the next morning,
He told her he had done something wrong that night.
She asked him what it was, and he wouldn't tell her.
After dropping the subject, an hour later, Deborah stands by Alton as he makes a pre-trial plea of not guilty to the rape charge.
It definitely was not enough to make her walk away.
Alton returns home with Deborah only to vanish once again. Left to care for his grandmother, Deborah gets a surprise visit. Law enforcement are looking for Alton Coleman, their prime suspect in the disappearance of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat. 6 weeks earlier, Alton had befriended the young girl's mother, Adrian, in nearby Kenosha.
He was riding a bicycle through the alley. He smiled at her, they struck up a conversation, and over the next month, he would come from Waukegan to Kenosha to visit her.
It appears that having a home life with Deborah hasn't stopped Alton from playing the field.
Vernita's mother was single. He was helpful, he ran errands for him, and he was just generally being nice to her and Vernita.
He used an alias and gained her trust by starting to date her. She believed that it was okay for Vernita to be with him and felt safe with that.
Then, 6 weeks later, on the night before his court date, Alton asked Adrian if he could take little Vernita out for some fun. She had no idea he had a history of sexual violence against children.
She gave Alton permission to take Vernita to a carnival, and she never came home.
Less than 24 hours after Vernita is reported missing, her mother goes to the police station in Waukegan to look at photos of known sex offenders. She immediately picks out Alton's mugshot from the lineup.
I think we all feared that she had been killed.
Later that morning, investigators show up at Deborah's door.
She provided us a statement that Alton had told her he had done something wrong.
She was candid, and she openly talked about it.
Believing they've gotten all they can from Deborah, the authorities leave, with the promise of returning to talk to her more at a later date. But law enforcement will never get that chance because Alton will soon return to pick up something valuable he left behind. Deborah.
A woman with her wits about her would say, oh my goodness, there's something wrong here, and leave. But in her case, she still hoped that she would have a happy life with him.
As she follows Alton in what she hopes will be a path to a new life together, Deborah will prove the lengths that she's willing to go for her man.
There's no way that she could imagine what he was capable of and what she was capable of.
50 miles north of Chicago, in the town of Waukegan, Illinois, 20-year-old Deborah Brown has stood by her man of 10 months, 28-year-old sexual predator, Alton Coleman.
When he met Deborah, he was waiting trial on a sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl.
There was something in Alton that she connected with that made her decide that it was worth being with him.
But after being named the prime suspect in the disappearance of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat, Alton goes on the run. Less than 48 hours after taking off, Alton calls Deborah.
Hey, baby.
He has stolen a car and is about to leave town. And he wants Deborah to go with him.
Alton was able to convince Deborah that he needed her to get away from the police. I think it was easier for Alton to escape capture by having a female with him.
She compartmentalizes his very dangerous character so that she can continue to love him and be with him.
The two hit the road and head south, trying to keep one step ahead of the law.
She had not traveled much or been out of her local area. But as long as she had him, I think she was okay with being in a new place.
But law enforcement is hot on their trail.
This became a nationwide manhunt, even to the point that the FBI placed Alton on a special most wanted list.
After a week on the run, the fugitive couple abandons their stolen vehicle in Gary, Indiana, 72 miles south of Waukegan. But they can't outrun Alton's twisted compulsion when he sees two little girls walking alone.
Alton asked Deborah to help him do something wrong. And then he told her to tell the little girls that she had some clothes for them.
Having Deborah approach them first reduced the level of suspicion for the girls.
Deborah approaches 7-year-old Tamika and 9-year-old Annie.
Deborah said to the little girls, I have some clothes for you. Would you like them? And they said yes. And so then they walked a little ways toward a park. And then all of a sudden, Alton grabbed the one little girl, tore her clothes off, and told Deborah to hold the other little girl.
Deborah follows her man's orders.
With the fabric from the shirt, they created ties so that they can gag the girls and tie the girls up.
Alton and Deborah forced the girls to perform unspeakable acts on them before savagely assaulting the 9-year-old Annie.
Alton raped Annie, strangled her, and left her there. And then he asked Deborah to hold the feet of the little girl. Then he strangled her too. And then they just walked away.
After eagerly obeying her man's every command, Deborah has crossed an unforgivable line. She has become a sexual predator and child killer.
The fact that Deborah helped hold their legs down while he did this says to me that at this point she had completely bought into him. Alton was not holding a gun to Deborah's head.
It is a true partnership. And now, finally, she can say she is a special person. She stands out. And she is an equal to this man who she really loves.
Miraculously, Annie survives the brutal assault and is found by a passerby later that day. She directs him to 7-year-old Tamika's body. By now, every law enforcement agency in Indiana is aware of the fugitive couple. When authorities show Annie their photos, she is able to identify Alton from his mugshot. Meanwhile, Deborah and Alton are desperate to stay one step ahead of the law.
They were on the run, and they needed money, they needed transportation.
One day after their attack on the little girls, Deborah and Alton are still in Gary, looking for a vehicle to steal to get them out of the city. That's when they spot 25-year-old Donna Williams by her car.
The thing is, my man...
Alton and Deborah befriended Donna under the guise of wanting to be closer to God, and they used Donna's faith to lure her.
Excited to have made new friends, Donna offers Deborah and Alton a ride to a church function. Once in the car, Alton and Deborah strike. Deborah takes control of the wheel, allowing Alton to ruthlessly force himself on Donna.
Hurry up!
The longer this killing spree goes on, the more invincible Deborah and Alton are feeling. And as part of that, the more addicted they are to this very horrific behavior.
After Alton rapes her, he wraps his hands around Donna's neck and watches as the life is suffocated out of her.
The ability to be even more gruesome and violent translates into excitement. It translates into kind of getting off on what she was doing.
As they make their way out of town in Donna's car, the pair dump her lifeless body near an abandoned building. Despite the nationwide manhunt, Deborah and Alton managed to stay under the radar and travel undetected for the next 40 days.
They stole many, many cars along the way. They would always take the license plate off before they abandoned them. So it'd take a while for the police to trace them.
The longer the two are on the loose, the bigger the body count.
I think after they had killed several people that they were enjoying the Bonnie and Clyde type murder spree that they were going on.
For Deborah and Alton, getting involved in these grisly murders and rapes became sort of like the new normal for them. They needed to step up the game in order to feel that satisfaction and pleasure. They needed more of that thrill killing in order to really feel good.
Later that summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the devastating fate of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat finally comes to light.
Vernita Wheat's body was discovered in the abandoned building about 3 weeks after we last knew of Alton and Deborah Brown's location.
And in her pocket was the torn ticket for the carnival, identifying it back to the carnival she had attended.
The cause of death was strangulation.
When you have to handle the crime scene of a young child is probably the worst thing you could ever do as a police officer.
Investigators find Alton's fingerprints on items near Vernita's body. But as evil as Alton was on his own, authorities know now he's even more dangerous with his willing accomplice at his side.
I have to believe that at that time, Deborah was actually enjoying what was happening.
Deborah Brown could have gotten away at any time she wanted to.
But instead, she joins Alton as they ride through a peaceful suburb in Ohio where their savagery sees no bounds.
It was really unimaginable, the level of horror that the two of them were able to inflict.
And later in Wilmington, Delaware, 17-year-old Shakira Wanham puts herself in a deadly situation for the love of an older man.
Shakira's intentions was to rob someone. She didn't mean to shoot someone. Shooting a gun was the last thing Shakira ever dreamed of doing.
She was afraid that something would happen to her or her family if she did not do what she was told to do.
Deborah Brown and Alton Coleman are on a rape and murder spree across the Midwest. As eyewitness accounts and mounting evidence put to rest any illusion that Deborah is anything but a willing participant.
Prior to meeting Alton, you see no signal or no indication of any behavior anywhere close to what you see Deborah performing at this point. She was all in, no question about it.
Alton has all of his perverse, murderous, and sexual needs met. while Deborah is able to fill a very special role.
After almost 7 weeks on the run, Deborah and Alton find themselves low on funds as they prowl through a suburb in Ohio when they see a for sale sign for a camper. The owners, 50-year-old Harry Walters, and his wife, 45-year-old Marlene, welcome Deborah and Alton inside.
When they stepped inside the home, the Walters were pretty excited for having a potential buyer. I'm sure they were very hospitable.
Alton and Deborah prepare to pounce.
That's very cool.
Alton asked him about a candlestick holder that was next to the fireplace. Apparently it was relatively unique. Alton crashed it over Harry's head and hit him several times, knocked him out.
As Alton continues to unleash his rage on Harry, Deborah follows his lead, picks up the candlestick, and uses it to beat Marlene to death.
Physiologically, when we look at what was going on with them, with any kind of addiction, in this case an addiction to murder, mayhem, and rape, certain neurotransmitters are released. Shoot or kill or rape another person. That was good. Do it again.
Marlene is dead. Harry is alive but badly beaten.
Alton and Deborah ransacks the home, takes the jewelry and the car.
Alton and Deborah are on the move. They begin driving north toward Waukegan, Illinois.
They abandoned that car and got on the train. They got off the train in Evanston, Illinois.
Evanston lies just 30 miles south of Waukegan and is where Alton grew up.
This is where all their resources were. They go back to a place that is familiar, that feels like home, in order to build themselves back up, have some level of comfort, and then go back out into the world and create more mayhem.
But what Alton failed to plan is what to do if they were caught. A move that will prove costly.
Alton was crossing the street there in Evanston, and a guy that he went to high school with in Waukegan recognized him and called the local police.
Police are dispatched to the area, but the two are gone. Then they're spotted in a nearby park. Rather than go out guns blazing, Deborah follows Alton's lead as he helplessly throws his hands up.
By the time that they were arrested, that they were just tired. They put up no resistance.
The couple's arrest brings an end to their reign of terror. During their 7-week crime spree across 3 states, Deborah and Alton are suspected of killing 8 people.
The amount of death and destruction that Alton and Deborah left behind in 7 weeks is unbelievable. 8 murders, 7 rapes, 15 individuals that they either robbed or terrified or injured in some way.
So this is really fascinating when we look back at Deborah's life. Here's a young woman growing up in a family. There's absolutely no history of violence that she's perpetrated in any way, but yet when she meets Alton, she makes this flip and becomes a serial killer with absolutely no remorse.
But prosecutors choose their cases wisely and only charge the duo with the crimes for which they will be sentenced to death. No other charges are brought against them. In Indiana, both Alton and Deborah are sentenced to death for the murder of 7-year-old Tamika Turks. In Ohio, the couple is sentenced to death for killing Marlene Walters. Through it all, Deborah has Alton's back to the bitter end.
Deborah showed no remorse towards any of the victims. The only person that she cared about was Alton. She testified in the penalty phases of his trial that she had done all the murders and he hadn't done any.
When we see couples involved in crime and they get caught at the end of their spree, quite often they turn on one another. The foundation of that love was not strong to begin with. But Deborah wants to make sure that nothing happens to Alton. And I think this speaks purely of the fact that she loved him more than she loved herself.
Alton is extradited to Illinois, where he is convicted and sentenced to death for the murder of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat. After serving 17 years in prison, Alton Coleman was put to death for his crimes. Willing to take the fall for her man, Deborah Brown took her devotion to the extreme. In Wilmington, Delaware, Shakira Wanham will execute a devious plan to keep her beloved living the high life. Growing up poor in the worst part of the city, Shakira Wanham's childhood was far from idyllic.
Shakira was born when I was 17 and a half. Shakira's father, he wasn't a good provider. I was the one that was working.
He was an alcoholic. He had serious mental health issues. In fact, he was bipolar.
Shakira's father's volatile personality makes her home life extremely unstable.
Shakira's father was a violent man, and he was abusive towards her mother.
When she see that he would put his hands on me, Shakira would try to pick up something and hit him to protect me.
She witnessed abuse all the time when she was a child.
One such event, on New Year's Eve, proves to be a defining moment in 5-year-old Shakira's life.
Shakira's father came in the house after having a hard night of drinking and started arguing with me about something.
The father goes into the kitchen, comes back with a steak knife, and goes after her.
And he stabbed me in the back. Then he pulled it out and came at my heart and then came at my throat. And Shakira was standing right next to me watching everything happen.
Despite a punctured lung, Deneen survives the attack. She returns home 2 days later, but will need the next 8 months to heal. The incident is burned into Shakira's psyche, and it will pave the way for all of her male relationships to come.
When we see a child who's exposed to violence, then that violence becomes part of their lives. Either they choose someone who's very violent in order to live with later on in life, or they perpetrate that violence.
Get off of me! Get off of me!
She was unprepared for what was about to occur.
If it wasn't for love, Shakira would have never committed this act.
At 5 years old, Shakira Wanham witnesses her father brutally attack her mother, Deneen, with a knife. After 8 months of recovery at home, Deneen survives and cuts him out of their life for good. With her dad out of the picture, Shakira blossoms.
She did well in school. She had good grades. She got A's and B's.
Shakira was very smart. She wanted to be an obstetrician or a gynecologist. Shakira had a lot of dreams.
But Shakira's dreams are quickly interrupted. Over the next 10 years, she watches helplessly as her mother is abused by a string of men. Shakira starts looking for an escape.
She was 11 years old when she started running away from her house. She would pack her clothes and sneak out at night when her mom was asleep.
She would sneak out windows. She would sneak out fire escapes. She always managed to get out.
Shakira's late-night excursions expose her to a dark world on the streets.
She would meet up with boys. They'd give her drugs and alcohol, and she would have sex with them.
Shakira certainly wasn't able to make rational decisions about life, and certainly she was at risk to these predator type of individuals who saw her as being very vulnerable.
By the time Shakira is 17, she has been living on and off the streets for a number of years and is addicted to drugs. Deneen tries to get her daughter help and sends her to various drug treatment programs.
Shakira spent 3/4 of her life in treatment centers because I was trying to find out what was going on with her. She did succeed in those treatment centers, but when she came home a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, she would do the same thing.
But all of that changes when 23-year-old charmer Stephen Martin sets his sights on Shakira.
Shakira saw Stephen on the street, and somehow they ended up talking.
Within days, they're inseparable. Unlike all other men in her life, Stephen showers her with affection.
She had a good time with him. He treated her like she wanted to be treated.
I think Shakira felt as though she had someone in her life that is finally showing her some attention, and she just gravitated towards it.
Stephen is a well-known drug dealer, but to Shakira, he acts like nothing but a prince. So when he asks her to move in with him just 2 months after they meet, Shakira thinks she's finally found everything she's wanted.
He would run her bath water, fix food for her. She didn't think a guy could treat her that way. And she was gonna do everything she could not to let it go.
But that feeling doesn't last. Not long after the two start playing house, Shakira learns that her guardian angel is actually a devil in disguise. All the money Stephen makes from dealing has one purpose: to support his addiction to a street drug called Wet.
Wet is a drug concoction where you take a regular cigarette and dip it in PCP. So individuals, sometimes they become very, very violent. At other times, they even become psychotic.
Suddenly, the affection that Shakira has been desperately craving is now coming at a much steeper price than she ever imagined.
He became abusive. There was times that he would ask her to do something, and when she didn't want to or she couldn't, he would start hitting her.
Shakira stayed in this very abusive relationship with Stephen because in many ways she wanted that old Stephen, the one who made her feel very special, and she held out hope against hope that she could bring that back in him.
She wanted to do everything she possibly could to please this person.
When Shakira met Stephen, she had no idea that she would end up in jail.
17-year-old Shakira Wanham is 4 months into a relationship with 23-year-old Steve Martin, a street hustler who's addicted to drugs.
Stephen, he would beat her up. He would tell her, do this, do that. You know, he would verbally abuse her.
She was afraid that something would happen to her or her family if she did not do what she was told to do.
Stephen's dramatic personality change is bad enough, but things are about to get even worse.
You'll learn today. Smoke it.
4 months into their relationship, Stephen is high on Wet and craving more.
Stephen said, I need money. I need you to rob somebody. Because, you know, you're young. You wouldn't get into as much trouble as I would if I was to do it.
He took the gun that he carried with him all the time and wiped his prints off of it, handed it to her, and said, I want you to go get me some money.
Stephen taught her how to use the gun and said, don't ever let anyone take the gun from you because they'll take it and use it on you. She was just very, very afraid, and she just wanted to bring something back to him so that she wouldn't get beat up again.
Later that night, Shakira contacts the easiest target she can think of: a local street pharmacist named Johnny Jackson.
He was a drug dealer, and so she assumed he would have money on him.
Shakira tells Johnny she's looking to score some drugs, and he agrees to pick her up in a nearby neighborhood.
Johnny had gotten a ride from a woman named Alicia, who had brought her 4-year-old son, who was sitting in the back in a car seat.
Shakira climbs into the car.
Shakira goes forward with the plan even though there's a young child in the back of the car. This really shows how committed that she is to Stephen. For a lot of other people, this would have been a game changer. But for Shakira, she knew that she had to do this in order to hold on to the love of this man.
They went to another house for the drug transaction, and then they got on the freeway and headed out. There was music on, which was very loud, and both Alicia and Johnny were singing.
Clutching the gun in her purse, Shakira knows it's either now or never. She pulls out the gun and tells Alicia to stop the car.
And said, give me your money. And Johnny said, what?
Shut up, Johnny. Just give me your money. I know you got cash on you.
But Johnny's not about to let a 17-year-old get the jump on him.
He went to reach for the gun.
That's when it clicked in her mind what Stephen was teaching her. Don't ever let someone take the gun from you because they'll take it and use it on you. She was afraid.
It was a very surreal thing for her. She closed her eyes. The next thing you knew, the gun was going off.
When she opened her eyes, she saw blood.
She saw Johnny slumped over.
Johnny is dead. His friend Alicia has been shot in the arm, but Alicia's 4-year-old son makes it through the blasts unharmed.
Shakira was shocked because she didn't mean to kill anyone.
Shakira told Alicia to take her son and go, and they did.
Shakira fights her instinct to run. She knows she can't leave without getting what Stephen wants.
Shakira then went through his pockets, taking $50 and his cell phone.
She was obviously bloody, very scared, very panicky, crying, hysterical.
Shakira thought she was going to get more than $50 from him. She was concerned because everything went bad.
Shakira must have felt awful, if not downright foolish, because she ended up killing this man for just a few dollars.
A panicked Shakira knows she has to get as far away from the tragic scene as she can.
She ended up hitchhiking and getting dropped off at a gas station by Stephen's home. And she ran to the home from there and told Stephen what happened.
There was a big argument between the two.
He said, the only thing I wanted you to do was just rob somebody and bring me some money.
He was thinking he's going to get me, he's going to abuse me, he's going to hit me.
But there's no time for Stephen to lash out. When Shakira tells him that she let Alicia and her young son go, Stephen knows it's only a matter of time before police track Shakira down. And he doesn't want to be anywhere near Wilmington when they do. So Stephen jumps into action.
He had her take her clothes because they had blood on them and put them in a bag and poured bleach on it, and then drove to New Jersey and they burned her clothes.
Shakira might have felt that Stephen was helping hide the evidence because he still loved her on some level, but the reality may simply be that he provided the murder weapon and was simply covering his own tracks.
Next, Stephen and Shakira flee. 3 hours later, the emotionally exhausted couple arrive at the home of a friend of Stephen's in New Jersey, where they fall asleep. But when Shakira wakes up in the morning, Stephen is gone.
It was a pure shock for her. And I think part of that was the fear of, how am I going to deal with this situation without him? He's always told me what to do. How am I going to get through this?
And there's only one person Shakira can truly trust. Her mom, who she hasn't spoken to in 6 months.
When I got a phone call about 1 in the morning, obviously I was happy to hear from her. And she said, well, Mom, I'm gonna come home. And I said, well, good, well, come on home.
Shakira hitchhikes from New Jersey back to her mom's house in Wilmington.
She was very frail, eyes sunken in, and just very, very tiny. I gave her a hug, and she said, Mom, I'm just tired. And then she laid down in her room and went to sleep.
5 hours later, Deneen is awakened by the sound of police pounding on the door.
Ma'am, we're looking for Shakira.
The detective asked me, was my daughter home? And at that point is when I went to look for her. I didn't see her at all in the home. I didn't know where Shakira was at that point. I didn't know.
Shakira may be missing, but her secret is about to see the cold light of day.
When I found out everything that happened, and I almost passed out.
"17-year-old Shakira Wanham lands on her mother's doorstep after committing a robbery for her man, Stephen Martin, that ends in murder. 5 hours later, police come looking for Shakira.
I go open the door, and it's the police, and I'm shocked. They said, is your daughter Shakira at home? And I said, she was here, yes.
Shakira!
When I went to look for her, I didn't see my daughter.
Deneen demands to know what police want with Shakira. When she is told her daughter is wanted for murder, Deneen is floored.
Check the premise.
This tore my heart. This ripped my heart out. That's my firstborn.
Armed with a search warrant, the officers hunt through every room, but find no sign of Shakira. Eventually, they find her huddled in an attic corner.
Well, one officer said, "Here she is." They lifted her up and handcuffed her.
Police haul Shakira away for questioning, where she gives up everything to police, including the man who put her up to it.
She said Stephen asked Shakira to rob for him after giving her some drugs. If she didn't do what he wanted her to do, he would beat her again.
And they went to his home and found ammunition. And that's when they found him and arrested him.
Stephen admits to giving Shakira a gun, but vehemently denies having anything to do with the murder. He is arrested and convicted of a weapons-related violation, but faces no charges in the murder of Johnny Jackson. Stephen is sentenced and serves only 2 years in prison.
This was something that was an emotional assault to her, because after all, she was just following his commands and trying to help him get money so that he can do drugs. Shakira committed this murder in order to please Stephen.
At the end of the day, it was Shakira's fault that Johnny Jackson lost his life. And Shakira knows that.
A little over a year later, Shakira faces a jury for her crimes, and she tells them that she's remorseful for her actions.
During trial, Shakira stated that she wished she could change places with Johnny. She feels very, very bad about what happened.
She expressed sorrow for the family and the people she'd hurt.
Shakira is convicted of 1 count of murder in the first degree and receives life in prison plus 17 years. On appeal, Shakira's lawyers argue against her conviction, citing her traumatic upbringing and age as mitigating factors. She is resentenced to 21 years.
She fortunately will have a life when she gets out of jail because she was so young. So she'll be able to make her way back into society.
Today, Shakira has changed from the naive teen who killed in the name of love to a mature woman with a message.
The main thing that Shakira wants now is for people to learn from her mistake.
They say, find a man that treats you like a queen, who showers you with love, attention, and the finer things in life. But what if your king begins to lose the throne? The kingdom you've built together begins to crumble. Would you get out while you still can? Or stay by his side as everything falls apart? 1995, Elkton, Maryland. It's late Wednesday morning, and 2 state troopers are watching traffic on one of the town's main roads.
So the police were out patrolling the streets as they usually do.
Suddenly, a sedan with New York plates speeds past.
The vehicle was going well above the speed limit.
So the police turned on their sirens and pursued the vehicle.
Fortunately, the driver pulls over without incident.
They asked to see his driver's license.
In reviewing the young man's ID, the troopers learn he is 27-year-old Alan Tate, and he lives 140 miles away in Brooklyn, New York.
Alan Tate, he's just acting suspiciously.
During the traffic stop, Alan was visibly nervous, almost panicking.
When the troopers ask to see Alan's vehicle registration, they notice something even more alarming.
When Alan reached for his registration, the officer saw a little baggie of white powder.
Then those antennas go up, and then cops thinking something's not right.
The troopers order Alan to get out of the car.
Cop brings him out, searches the vehicle, and then bingo.
In the trunk of the car, they find a black bag full of cash, drug paraphernalia,
and 300 grams of crack cocaine.
That's over $15,000 worth of drugs.
That amount of drugs, it's not for personal use. It's an intent to sell.
For the authorities, this traffic stop turned drug bust is only the beginning.
He's definitely working for somebody. So they want to find out who is he working for and how big of an operation this is.
But to take this case all the way to the top and catch the kingpin, authorities will need the cooperation of his queen.
She was loyal to him. She was ride or die, by his side.
"18-year-old Michelle Miles was proud to be a Brooklyn native.
Michelle grew up in the Marcy Projects, which is public housing in New York City.
These housing projects are tight-knit.
We did a lot of singing and dancing and all those things. And when we got together, we did have fun.
Michelle was known for her warm personality.
She just had a really sweet spirit. It was almost very innocent.
She's kind-hearted. She would always give me a hug. She would always make me laugh.
Life in the projects wasn't always easy, but Michelle kept her head held high.
Michelle's biological father wasn't really in the picture, so it fell really on her mother to support the family.
What you find oftentimes in the urban areas is that there's just not a whole lot of opportunities out there.
Regardless of her family's circumstances, Michelle was determined to be successful.
She was on the road to finishing high school, and she aspired to go to college.
Michelle wanted to be able to take care of herself as well as her family.
One afternoon, Michelle met a fellow Marcy Projects resident that would change her life forever. 30-year-old Stanley Burrell.
We were sitting outside, me and a few friends on a bench. He happened to come in the direction where we were. And he was like, "Can I talk to you for a second?" And I was like, "Me?"
Michelle was stunned by the older man's attention. Stanley had a reputation around the neighborhood.
His name was out there. Everybody was talking about him, girls, guys, whoever.
All the girls wanted him. He had swag, he had clout, he had it all.
That's kind of what attracted me to him.
Rumor had it that Stanley didn't exactly get his money the legal way. But Michelle was still smitten.
We knew he a drug dealer, he got money.
Drug dealing wasn't necessarily frowned upon in the neighborhood. Sometimes it's revered. It's kind of reinforced from all angles. We have it in our music, we have it in our TV.
Stanley told Michelle he'd had his eye on her for a while.
He was like, "Oh, I heard you ain't got no man. You need somebody to take care of you." I guess it reeled me in.
Stanley was very smooth in his approach. Him being older and more mature, it coaxes her, it massages her self-esteem.
When Stanley asked to take Michelle out on a date, she jumped at the opportunity.
Someone such as Stanley, the second that person speaks to you, you don't lose out on the opportunity. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime shot.
Stanley took her to a movie, a nice dinner, very romantic.
He laid it on thick, gave her the love, showed her all the things that she wanted.
No man had ever treated Michelle the way this man did. He treated her just like a princess.
Stanley may have made Michelle feel like a princess when he wined and dined her. But in the bedroom, he made her feel like a queen.
I thought it was amazing. I really did, because he did things to me that I was like, okay, I never had that done.
The attraction between the two of them, it was magnetic.
Here was this man who told her she was beautiful, told her he wanted to be with her, and she fell in love and she fell hard.
Soon, the couple took their relationship to the next level. Michelle moved in with Stanley, and her entire lifestyle changed.
I saw, like, from her not having anything to having things now. Like, nice clothes, nice sneakers.
I stayed with the latest of whatever they had at the time.
She was like the queen of the projects. My man is Stan. He's the guy who runs things. So it actually gave her a badge of honor.
But Michelle didn't realize that badge of honor would one day make her a target and force her to choose between her freedom or her man. February 8th, 1995. Maryland state troopers have just discovered drugs in the trunk of Alan Tate's car.
There's scales, there's packaging, and there's also money.
This wasn't just some random guy's drug stash. This guy's a drug courier.
The state troopers take Alan into custody.
The police know that if he's the one transporting the drugs, he's working for somebody. Their next objective is to find out who he's working for.
Back at the station, Maryland police have gotten the FBI involved.
They know this is a bigger operation, so the feds come in.
When the police see someone carrying this big of an amount of drugs, they consider it a really big deal.
When FBI agents sit down with Alan Tate, it doesn't take long for him to crack.
He says he's just the driver, and the people that they really should be looking for are Stanley Burrell and Michelle Miles.
As Alan starts to tell his story, he'll launch a 2-year undercover operation to take down one of New York's biggest drug rings and reveal the tumultuous relationship at the center of it all.
So this couple thought that they were untouchable, that they were above the law.
In 1990, 18-year-old Michelle Miles fell hard for 30-year-old rumored drug dealer Stanley Burrell.
He was a lot older than her. Michelle was young. But she loved him. That was her man.
He enticed me. He told me, oh, I could take care of you. And I said, oh, maybe there's some truth to that.
The guys that are hustling, you know, selling drugs, they have the swag, they have the juice.
He gave her gifts, gave her a sense of self as well as support.
In the project, they was considered the king and queen.
But Michelle would soon learn the flashy new lifestyle her man afforded her came at a price.
Michelle had no idea that her newfound love was about to cost her everything.
February 8th, 1995. FBI agents are sitting down with 27-year-old Alan Tate.
His vehicle was searched, and they discovered 300 grams of crack cocaine.
It's clear to cops that Alan is just a driver. So what they want to know now is, who's running the show?
Alan Tate was claiming to be a courier for Stanley Burrell and his girlfriend, Michelle Miles.
Alan claims to have a wealth of information about Stanley and Michelle.
He claims that in addition to working with the couple, he was actually good friends with them as well.
Alan explains Stanley had been involved in the drug game for a while before he started dating Michelle. But eventually, Stanley decided to introduce Michelle into the business.
Alan remembers one night where he and some of the other members of the organization were in a Brooklyn apartment that was not too far away from the projects. This is pretty much a trap house. They were dividing drugs and packaging them for distribution.
At one point, Stanley showed up with Michelle.
So I went into the room and I seen the drug.
Stan explained to her that that was crack cocaine. And in the other pile, there was heroin.
According to Alan, Michelle seemed taken aback.
She heard some rumors, but he had never brought her around the organization.
I never seen it, nor was I around it. I've never seen it up close like that.
Alan says then Stanley requested something from Michelle that no one expected.
Stanley asked me if I would help him package the drugs. And I was like, are you serious?
Michelle was in total shock. This was a huge leap into Stanley's reality.
Alan says Stanley began to coax Michelle and assure her that everything would be okay.
He told her to trust him. He wouldn't let anything happen to her, but he needed her help.
She had a major sense of loyalty to him to stick by his side.
Eventually, Michelle conceded to her man.
I gave in because I was in love with him. I'm going to do what I can to keep him.
Alan tells detectives that he saw a turn in Michelle that night.
When she first got there, she was scared, she was nervous. By the end of the night, she was packaging drugs like a pro.
She would do whatever he asked her to do, with no questions about it.
I was ride or die.
With Stanley's guidance, Michelle gradually became a key player in the organization.
Stanley taught me to purchase drugs. He taught me to cook them, and he taught me to package them as well.
She was called the Master Chef. She was called the Get Money Chick.
In fact, Alan claims Michelle became the one keeping track of all the money.
His friends collected the money. After they did that, the money would come to me.
Alan says Stanley was giving Michelle a solid cut of their profits.
He gave me $1,100 a week. Making that $1,100 a week was very appealing to me at that age.
They was king and queen. Everybody knew they had money. They running everything.
But according to Alan, by the summer of 1994, there started to be trouble in paradise for the couple.
I found out that Stan is messing with someone else.
Alan says it all came to a head one night at the trap house.
Suddenly, Michelle burst through the door and is asking, "Where's Stanley? Where's Stanley?"
They're trying to tell her that he wasn't there.
But Michelle made a beeline for the bedroom.
I go to the back, and then I caught them. So we start fighting. And then he come and trying to pull us apart. He eventually separated us.
Alan says things only escalated from there.
I knew where he kept his weapon. So I went and got the gun. He knew I knew how to use the gun because he taught me how to shoot. I'm like, whoop, bitch.
After the woman left, Michelle was still clearly distraught.
I'm sick. Like, I'm really literally like sick. Like, how could he do this? He was trying to talk to me. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say. Words wouldn't even come out my mouth at that point.
But Alan says as Stanley continued to beg for forgiveness from Michelle, her demeanor changed.
He said whatever to convince me not to leave him. And I stayed with him, even after that. I didn't want to lose whatever we had.
She didn't want to lose the connection that she had with Stanley. He was not only a friend, a lover, he was her everything.
Men like Stanley, they manipulate and they take advantage of you for their own benefit. She loved him authentically. He really just wanted to use her as bait to help him make money, to help him survive.
Alan claims Stanley continued to sleep around on Michelle and even got another woman pregnant. But Michelle still stayed faithful.
I was doing everything against all that I saw, and I still continued to stay in that relationship. At no point I didn't break my loyalty to him, no matter how angry I had become with him. It was easier to stay than to walk away.
Alan says their drug operation grew bigger and bigger, despite the tumultuous relationship between Stanley and Michelle.
Michelle happened to be right alongside of Stan, organizing, cutting up. She is the queen pin.
He had a lot of people working for him. While he wasn't around, he kind of like had me in control of who got what and when. And whatever went out, I had to keep a mental note. And he would know from me what was where and if it was running low.
With Alan's statement in tow, investigators decide to move in on Stanley and Michelle. But nabbing the pillars of this drug operation will prove easier said than done.
She wasn't about to turn him in. She's willing to risk it all to stay with him.
Looking for love in all the wrong places. You end up wanting to be with this person, or a person is giving you some attention, and the attention that you've lacked your entire life. And now someone is promising you a future, and they end up taking you somewhere that you never thought that you would end up. She was really misguided into a lifestyle that wasn't something that she would have done on her own.
95. The FBI is investigating a Brooklyn drug operation run by kingpin Stanley Burrell and his girlfriend, Michelle Miles.
Michelle was functioning kind of as Stanley's office or business manager.
Michelle helped essentially cook and package, then track the money and the product of Stanley's whole operation.
Law enforcement was tipped off to the couple after apprehending Alan Tate. He was actually one of the drug couriers who was caught delivering crack cocaine.
Now that Alan has told all, federal and local authorities launch a major investigation of the drug ring based inside the Marcy houses. Determined to get Michelle and her man, the task force puts the community under heavy surveillance.
The feds have so much and so many resources. They will set up cameras over by traffic lights. They will bug payphones, surveillance through helicopters. When the feds are following you, it's unlimited.
The police are arresting as many associates of Stanley and Michelle as they can to get those key witness statements.
Every time that someone was picked up from the Marcy houses, Stanley's name came up. His name just kept coming up.
It doesn't take long for word of the investigation to filter back to Stanley.
It was a well-known fact within the projects that Stanley was under investigation and the feds were looking for him.
Stanley, he was high, and
Stanley is always on the move. He's always staying in different places, trying to stay ahead of the investigation.
Yet even with Stanley lying low and the Marcy houses buzzing with word that the feds are gunning for him, Stanley assures Michelle that she isn't in danger.
He told me the feds wasn't looking for me, they was looking for him.
In order for Stanley to stay low, he sends Michelle out to do his drug runs for him.
He asked me to go uptown to purchase the drugs. My life was going downhill from there. I knew I was allowing a lot of that stuff in my life, but I still kept going. So I said, okay, I'll go.
She would sacrifice herself if she had to please her man.
Little did Michelle know, she was being watched. The next morning, with this new surveillance in tow, the feds are finally ready to act.
The FBI feel they have enough information and they're ready to close the investigation. It was time to close in on Michelle and Stanley.
As Michelle heads to her car in the fall of 1997, 2 years after the investigation began, undercover agents are waiting outside her home.
I see this car that's parked outside. I said something strange about this vehicle because the only people who parked on that block was the people that live there.
Moments later, the agents make their move.
2 people jump out, guns pointing at everything. And I'm looking like, oh, I'm gonna get kidnapped.
But in the next instant, Michelle realizes these are no kidnappers.
They pulled their badges out. That's when I knew I'm going to jail.
They immediately have her put her hands behind her back and they place her under arrest.
Now that they have Michelle in custody, the agents press her to give up her boyfriend, the kingpin of the drug operation, Stanley Burrell.
I'm sitting there, they questioning me, where's Stanley? So they was like, you need to tell us if he in there.
Their main objective is to get to Stanley.
In the fall of 1997, federal agents have just arrested 25-year-old Michelle Miles outside her Brooklyn apartment for her participation in an extensive drug trafficking operation. Now that they have Michelle in custody, investigators' priority is locating her man and kingpin of the organization, 37-year-old Stanley Burrell.
They had reason to believe he was somewhere in the house where they just arrested Michelle.
But when police ask Michelle to tell them where Stanley is hiding inside, she refuses to cooperate.
I said, you got all the wrong information. I haven't seen him. Even though I know they know, and he was right in the house.
Law enforcement pressured her into pointing them in Stan's direction.
They said, this is your last chance to tell us, because we're going to go in there, we're going to go in there with force.
But Michelle doesn't budge.
Said, if that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do.
Even in the process of being arrested, there still was that sense of loyalty. You know, I'm riding for him.
With Michelle refusing to give in, authorities take a position outside the townhome and prepare for entry.
They were preparing essentially for the worst. Stanley could be armed and dangerous.
Authorities bust open the door and rush inside.
They did not see him immediately anywhere inside the house, so they decided to do a sweep of the home.
They eventually found him hiding upstairs in a closet.
Moments later, agents escort a handcuffed Stanley to the police cruiser.
They bring him out, sit him in the same vehicle that I'm in. He didn't know I was in there until he got in.
The stakes are high in this situation, but Stanley seems calm.
He didn't even have to say to me, Michelle, don't say anything, because he already knew I wouldn't.
Instead, all Stanley says is for Michelle not to worry.
Stanley was nonchalant about it. Like, they ain't got nothing. We good. They got nothing.
It's true. Law enforcement doesn't find any drugs inside Stanley and Michelle's home.
When you go to lock up a kingpin, you know there's not going to be any drugs there.
However, the search does uncover a different treasure trove of evidence.
They find stacks of cash. They found records of sales going back about 7 years.
Every kingpin, every major drug operation has to document the money. Who's owed, who needs to be paid. They're coded, but they're not too hard to decipher.
And they also found pictures of Stanley and his crew posing with money and with jewels and cars and showing off the fruits of their labor.
Before the morning's over, many of the people pictured will be in police custody.
Michelle and Stanley were among 16 people arrested.
After their search of the home, federal agents head back to the station and prepare to interview their suspects. They begin with Stanley.
Stanley doesn't say very much, kind of takes the position that, listen, that money that you found, I earned that money working on cars. I'm a mechanic, and this is how I made my living.
The agents don't believe a word of it.
They know Stanley is the head of the operation.
You had a bunch of men who pointed Stanley as the ringleader.
They also had surveillance of Stanley with known members of that drug ring.
As time moved on, Stanley asked for an attorney. All discussions are off.
With Stanley remaining tight-lipped, they hope they'll have better luck in their talk with Michelle.
The hopes is that she will turn on her boyfriend and give up information on Stanley.
When it's Michelle's turn in the hot seat, will she tell all? Or will she protect her man?
The feds told me, we know you know everything about Stanley Burrell and his organization, and if you tell us, we'll let you go.
She was being offered an opportunity and an outlet.
She has to make an incredibly difficult decision. She's either going to protect herself or protect her man.
In the fall of 1997, 25-year-old Michelle Miles and her boyfriend, Stanley Burrell, are both in federal custody.
This was pursuant to a NYPD and FBI joint task force targeted drug ring that was allegedly run by Michelle and Stanley.
When federal agents questioned Stanley, he denied everything.
Stanley maintains his innocence when questioned by law enforcement. He said, "I've never sold drugs, and if I was a drug dealer, why didn't you find any drugs in my home?"
Now, authorities are hoping they'll have better luck with Michelle.
They also know that Michelle is a big part of the operation, and she's probably privy to most of the information as far as how the operation works. So the object is to separate her, put her in a room, and apply pressure.
Once in the room with Michelle, the agents hold nothing back.
They tell Michelle they know that she's cooked, packaged, and handled money for Stanley, and has gone on drug runs for him.
They inform her they have someone who's willing to testify that he was carrying drugs for Stanley and them.
That someone is drug courier turned informant Alan Tate, the man whose arrest triggered the entire investigation.
He made it out as if he worked for them, that he had a position within that organization, that he'd made trips on behalf of Michelle and Stanley.
They lay that on her. They tell her what she's dealing with, what she's facing.
This isn't like when you're busted for possession. Michelle was busted for a massive interstate drug conspiracy.
It's federal. Feds will put you away for life.
But even as the agents apply pressure, they also offer Michelle a way out by giving up Stanley.
They told me that they didn't want me. They wanted him. So if I helped them, they would let me go.
Given the circumstances, it's a tempting offer.
Michelle finds herself at crossroads, facing the biggest decision of her life. Protect myself, protect my man.
To investigators' surprise, Michelle remains faithful to Stanley.
My response was that where we came from, we don't snitch. I felt I needed to do that for my man.
This was her guy. This is her person. This was the love of her life. She was going to support him and she was going to ride for him.
Michelle's refusal to cooperate is a bitter disappointment for the agents who spent 2 years building the case against Stanley.
They thought they was going to break me, and they didn't.
After letting Michelle stew in a holding cell for several days, federal prosecutors approach her with one last offer.
They would allow her to plead guilty to a lesser charge if she in turn testified against Stanley.
Michelle's public defender urges her to take the deal. But once again, Michelle shocks everyone.
She'd refused to go along with the plea deal.
Not only does she say no, she fires her attorney.
I ended up petitioning the court to relieve the counsel that was on my case because he was telling that it was in my best interest that I cooperate, and I still was protecting my man.
She wouldn't give in. You know, she wouldn't save herself. She would rather save him than save herself.
Despite the things that she had been through in her past for Stanley. Michelle did so much to stay loyal to her man that didn't even stop after she was arrested.
Stanley, also in jail awaiting trial, coaxes Michelle to continue to keep quiet.
Me and Stanley, we sent letters back and forth. He was always like, I love you, you're going to be okay. I have your best interest at heart. Don't worry, everything is going to work itself out. They have nothing. This is all I've heard from the beginning. You're going to be fine. You're going to get out. They're not going to convict you.
The person she trusts the most, Stanley, is really guiding her.
I didn't break my loyalty to him. So now, I guess I have to fight.
But is Michelle making a grave mistake?
Michelle's welfare wasn't something that really crossed his mind.
He had some type of mind control over her.
Stan just wanted to be aware of the moves that were being made by Michelle.
But he wasn't in love with her. You can't be in love with a woman and put her in that situation. You can love someone because of the person that they are. But if you're in love with someone, you would never put them in harm's way. So there's no way that he could have possibly been in love with her. Not by a long shot.
Elle Miles and her 39-year-old boyfriend, Stanley Burrell, go on trial together in federal court.
They were both charged with conspiracy to distribute heroin and crack cocaine.
If convicted under some of these conspiracy-type statutes, you were looking at long sentences.
Despite facing as much as life in prison, Michelle has refused repeated offers of reduced charges if she would agree to testify against Stanley.
In spite all of that had happened, Michelle was still in love with Stanley and still protecting her man.
This girl was loyal until the end. She couldn't see what was being done to her.
Stanley convinced me that I wouldn't get convicted.
In reality, the odds are stacked against Michelle and Stanley.
To help make his case, the prosecutor had documents, mountains of photographic evidence, a witness in Alan Tate, who was willing to testify against both Stanley and Michelle, and get a deal.
Many of the people arrested alongside Stanley and Michelle, their associates, runners, and lookouts, also take the stand.
Almost everybody turned on Stanley except Michelle.
In the end, Michelle's faith in Stanley proves misguided.
The final verdict was guilty on all counts.
Stanley didn't show any emotion, but Michelle, she was heartbroken.
I felt like my life was over. It didn't seem real at all. I thought it was a bad dream and I was going to wake up from it, but I knew it was real.
When the judge reads Michelle her sentence, it's clear her nightmare is only just beginning.
She got 360 months, which equates to 30 years.
I screamed because I said, how do I get 30 years in prison? How?
When it's Stanley's turn for sentencing, the judge doesn't go easy on the kingpin either.
He was sentenced to life in prison.
Michelle's refusal to testify against him and cooperate with the prosecutors essentially was for nothing because Stanley still got the most severe punishment.
Now neither of them would be free.
From behind bars, and with the gravity of her sentence weighing on her, Michelle finally starts to break free from Stanley's grasp.
I just felt like, Michelle, you have to separate yourself from him. Because this man is going to be the death of you. Look at what I'm going through right now. Had I not continue on in this relationship, I wouldn't be here.
In 2016, after 19 years behind bars, Michelle gets an opportunity for a second chance at freedom.
President Obama launched the Clemency Project. It allows qualified federal inmates to petition to have their sentences commuted.
This program was aimed to help nonviolent drug offenders just like Michelle.
Michelle works with a pro bono attorney to apply for the program. And in May of that year, she receives an official response signed by President Obama.
The letter said that you are a prime example of rehabilitation, and therefore I granted you clemency. I screamed. A huge weight was lifted that day.
Since her release, Michelle hasn't missed a beat in rebuilding her life.
I'm so proud of her because she came home and she got right on her feet.
Michelle is in a healthy relationship. She has her own place. She's gainfully employed.
Right now, I work for a nonprofit organization that deals with formerly incarcerated individuals. She has taken control of her life, and she's making healthy choices, and she's understanding her worth, and she loves herself, and she loves her freedom.
Michelle hopes her experience can serve as a warning to other young women who face a similar dilemma: losing yourself in your man.
I wish to reach young girls to really deter them from making the same mistake that I did. Don't do it. Don't date a drug dealer. Don't date anyone doing anything illegal. It only leads to exactly what happened to me, prison. Or a casket, depending.
Every king needs a queen.
Police emergency, how can I help you?
It was a violent, frenzied, and very, very aggressive attack. It almost severed his head.
If members of the public have any information at all, this was an 83-year-old family man. It was a brutal attack with no known motive at this time.
It's such a quiet and peaceful place. It just seemed incredible it could happen here.
This was the biggest manhunt.
From the instant I saw him, I realised he didn't fit in. I do regret not following him to see where he went.
Can you explain to me why your DNA is on that man?
East Harling, a quaint village nestled in the heart of the South Norfolk countryside.
It's a lovely little place to live in. It's really quiet, but it's got a lot of sense of community, a lot of pockets of very different helpful people, sports, and there's a couple of pubs.
Really nice place to live, safe place really. You know, everyone a lot of people know each other around here.
With its bountiful forests and country walks to enjoy a quieter pace of life, Harling and its neighbouring villages are the perfect places for many to set up home.
People usually say hello to you and stop and have a conversation. A lot of dog walkers in the area, of which I'm one. And they definitely always speak, pass the time of day with you.
Harling Heath, a really, really nice place to walk, and we use it for biking, running and dog walking.
The Heathlands, on the edge of the villages, has long been a draw for dog walkers. But this idyllic setting was shattered early one morning when a body was discovered in brambles on the heath.
Police emergency, how can I help you?
He was found by a couple that were walking their dogs. They saw his dogs walking without anyone, and then as they approached the scene, they could see some blood on the ground and his body partly covered by some brambles just off the pathway. The police were called.
I just remember it was a Saturday, I was at home, and I just remember hearing these police sirens screaming through the village.
I didn't actually come till the afternoon and arrived here. So all these police cars, all these police cars around for us, but it's quite bizarre.
Rumours about the discovery of a body in undergrowth fly through the villages.
An initial assessment suggested that he may have been subject to an animal attack.
One early theory was an attack from an animal, and that was mainly led from the extent of the injuries. Obviously, there's Banham Zoo, not a huge distance away.
I was very sceptical of that because we know what's in the woods, and I can't think of a wild animal that had been over there to do such damage, to kill somebody. There isn't animals over there to do that.
The news spreads among the local dog walking community. Could a wild animal really have attacked and killed a man on their doorstep?
There was a sense of fear, but that kind of not really believing it was going on in the village.
I think it was a bit of a shock to everybody. It's not something that happens in this area. It certainly put us off walking our dogs there for a while. I had a young daughter at the time, she was only 3, and I wasn't keen on taking her there, you know.
Rookie journalist Zach Ward was one of the first to get wind of the story.
So at the time, I felt shocked, I felt surprised. This was my first job in journalism. It was our goal to try and handle it sensitively. The stories we normally covered at Disc Express were very community-based. They were human interests. It was about council tax going up. It was people's 100th birthdays. It was that level of local news. So when we say things like this don't happen, that's not a cliche, it's genuine. We had really very little experience in covering this major event.
Police finally identify the body in the woods as 83-year-old Peter Wrighton. But who is he?
Mr. Wrighton was retired. He lived with his wife. He had 2 dogs, one 13 and one 9 or 10 years old, that he walked regularly.
He had retired to Banham, which is about 5 miles as the crow flies to East Harling. He'd worked for BT for 35 years. He'd been married for 59 years, and he sounded like a gentle, kind, loving man. Loved his dogs. He was walking with Gemma and Dylan at the time, and they both stayed with the body, which I think that tells you the bond between dog and owner. But he sounded like a really well-respected member of the community, and we got an outpouring of tributes and sympathy once his name had been released.
The first time we moved in, we went and introduced ourselves to the neighbours. Peter and Anne were very, very welcoming. One of our first things to do was to invite them over for a meal.
They were always friendly. You go over there, they're always welcome to. And obviously they used to take their dogs out for a walk, both of them. And they loved dogs. They took in a lot of rescue dogs.
Father of 2, Peter was a daily visitor with his 2 dogs to the Heath, just a few miles from his home in Banham. Tragically, on the morning of his death, his wife Anne had gone in search of him when he hadn't returned home.
Been shopping, and on my way back, I was driving by, and Anne pulled out her car and drove towards Harling. I thought that was rather unusual for her to go out and leave the house empty without them being out together. I didn't think much more of it than that.
Mr. Wrighton had failed to return home, and Mrs. Wrighton became concerned and actually drove out to the Heath to look for her husband in case possibly he'd had a medical event or become lost. As she approached the scene, she made herself known to the police, who were already there.
While Peter's wife is escorted home, his body is taken for a post-mortem examination to verify the cause of death.
When the post-mortem took place, it was established that he had received quite a violent attack. Probably initially from behind. Many of the stabbing injuries were to the back of his neck and a cut across his throat that actually cut all the way back to the spinal column. May have taken 4 or 5 sideways cuts. It almost severed his head. There were other significant injuries, a stab wound that went into his left eye.
The result immediately changes the course of the investigation.
We had a phone call from Anne informing us that Peter had been murdered.
But what had gone on? Why would someone want to kill such a well-respected member of the community in such a violent way? In the quaint countryside of East Harling, a post-mortem examination has just revealed that far from being killed by a wild animal, much-loved pensioner Peter Wrighton had been murdered. But why?
I think someone may have put a suggestion forward that it could have been as a result of an animal attack. But when you consider the circumstances, it would appear the way he had been deposited, he had been dragged backwards and his arms were on top of him, which would be unlikely if he was pulled there by an animal.
Mr. Wrighton had been stabbed over 40 times, including some very deep wounds to his throat, which had almost severed his head from the rest of his body.
It was a violent and aggressive attack with only one outcome likely with the way that he was attacked.
Immediately, a murder investigation is launched to track down the killer. And everyone is a potential suspect.
This was the biggest manhunt for a long, long time.
We've got additional officers in the local area at the scene of the murder. We've also increased our patrols and our police visible presence in and around East Harling.
They were very present, patrolling up and down the road. There was mounted police going around the village on horseback.
At the back of the forest here, the police stopped me all the cars and asking you, what, were you on that day, were you here, taking your name, address and so forth.
Police officers involved in the investigation will have been looking for dog walkers in the area. People have routines and return to places quite regularly, and therefore they will also have people on the heath at the same time, the same day, several days after, to pick up those who regularly go and may have been there in the morning.
As the police were searching the crime scene here, they cut all the grass down really short. All this field was cut very short. All the hedgerow here was cut down to virtually nothing. I guess they're looking for the weapon, I guess.
As news spreads throughout the local dog walking community that there's a killer at large, so does the fear.
When the murder investigation started, nobody was walking the dogs over the woods. They didn't know who it was.
When people first found out about the murder, then I think it was one of complete disbelief that something like that had happened in the area. And then I think probably naturally mixed in with a bit of fear around who was this person that had committed the crime, and were they still at large?
I mean, this was in broad daylight. This was at 10:30 in the morning, potentially. So I think afterwards people were wary. I think people were wary about walking their dogs on their own.
Police established that the 5th of August 2017 started out like any other day for Peter Wrighton.
It was a very typical day for him. He'd been to the shop earlier, he was walking his dogs.
Peter was picked up on CCTV at a local shop at 9:57 a.m. His car was spotted at 10:14 a.m, heading to the heathland to walk his 2 dogs. 30 minutes later, his body was discovered.
Police emergency, how can I help you?
Mr. Wrighton's wallet was still on him, his car keys were still with him, making it unlikely that it was a robbery. The Heath really is a friendly area that people go for relaxation and just to walk dogs and just to get out and get some fresh air, etc. It's not somewhere where you would expect this level of violence.
Another potential theory was around other uses of the area. One dog walker who had used the area quite regularly had mentioned to police that he thought there was suspicious activity involving drugs and people buying drugs around that area.
Police quickly rule out a robbery gone wrong. So who would want to cause this quiet, friendly pensioner harm?
The majority of murders occur between people who know each other. And so an initial line of inquiry would be to establish those people who know him and anyone who may have any sort of grudge or dislike or whatever for Mr. Wrighton. You tend to work in concentric circles around the victim, and so you look very close and then you gradually branch out and expand your inquiry, eliminating people as you go.
Peter was quite reserved, he was quite quiet, because he was such a kind, gentle soul, and happily married to Anne. It didn't make any sense. How could somebody be so wicked? To pick on somebody so kind, so loving?
His son and daughter live away and could be easily established as not having been in the Norfolk area, so that would eliminate those family members. And therefore the police then need to look further outside the family unit and expand their inquiries.
You know, we tried to think about people that knew all of us. Could it be anybody that we knew?
Any other significant friendships or relationships before his move to the area?
And we came up with no's everywhere, so it had to be random.
With no obvious clues in Peter's past, police turned to the media and the public for help.
If members of the public have any information at all, and even if people think this is a small snippet of information, tell us, because it might be a small bit of information that's the final pieces of the jigsaw that we need. We're really, really keen for anybody that was in and around the area between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Saturday the 5th of August. This was an 83-year-old family man. It was a brutal attack with no known motive at this time, leaving behind a wife and children.
Another major line of inquiry is through the media to try to gain intelligence from and identify members of the public who may have been in the area at the time.
The police had appealed for information, and the initial amount of people coming forward with information was really, really high. We're talking about the hundreds.
It's important you get to people as soon as possible so that that image is as clear as possible in their minds.
Intensive questioning of local dog walkers starts to give police some leads.
That's the day of the murder. I came up the second day and the policeman said to me, "What are you doing here?" basically. I was a little bit scared because I thought perhaps maybe they would think it was me, because my footprints would be on the soil here and everything, and touch certain things, I guess, so forth. DNA, that sort of stuff, I guess. I don't know how that kind of works, but quite scary at the time.
Didn't sink in at first. And then when they're talking about, oh, it happened such and such, and I thought, well, I was in the forest then.
So as part of the appeals, initially the police were wanting to speak to 2 male individuals and gave very detailed descriptions.
Police rule out the 2 dog walkers. But Peter Bibby is pulled in for questioning.
I had an interview at work, an interview at home, where they took all fingerprints, DNA. That's it. Good boy. They even took DNA off the dog, took all my clothes. Good boy. Yeah, it was quite harrowing, but I suppose everybody's a suspect till you're proven innocent.
But unknown to Peter, something he had witnessed on the morning of the 5th of August was about to turn the investigation on its head.
It was a normal day over the heath. Met quite a few new people, which was quite nice. A few of the people that I used to know. Yeah, just a really nice, peaceful day. Yeah, this is the route that I took. I regularly walk this ridge, and this gate wasn't there at the time. So I would come along here, and then I turned down and walked back through the woods in a round circle. Saw somebody walking towards us, and he just didn't look right. He wasn't dressed for walking in the forest. He didn't have a dog. He wasn't with anybody else. It was just totally out of sync.
Through their inquiries, they identified another person who'd been dog walking on the heath at the time, who had spoken to someone who seemed out of place. Didn't seem to be dressed to be walking, didn't have a dog. You know, dog walkers tend to, it's not a uniform they wear, but they tend to dress in similar ways and know who looks in or out of place.
On his feet, he had like heavy-duty flip-flops and a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. Very smartly dressed and was totally out of character for walking dogs in the forest. We were both walking up wheel ruts of a car. So I was walking up the right-hand one, he was coming down the left-hand one. When we actually passed, he was about this far away from me. I could have put my hand out and touched him. If I hadn't said hello to him, he'd have definitely walked past me and wouldn't have given me the time of day. There was no chance of any eye contact, not even any feinted little glances. He had his head forward and he was just walking forward and ignoring everything. And then he went on, and then I was wondering to myself, what's he doing? Where's he going? It's not right.
He provided an e-fit of this person that became very key to the investigation later on.
I do regret not following him to see where he went. Yeah. And that's sort of like bugged me for a while.
Suddenly, police have a description of a man they believe could hold the key as to what went on that morning on the heathland. They release an e-fit. But who is this man? And is he a killer? The rural Norfolk countryside is still reeling 6 days after 83-year-old Peter Wrighton was murdered on the heathland while walking his dog.
Shocking events such as these have a significant impact on the community. One of the first things the local police inspector will do is a community impact assessment to try and reach out to the community and reassure them that the police are doing as much as they can to protect them and to resolve whatever the incident is that has happened.
Such a shock for this area because it's so safe and so sort of old-fashioned in a way. I guess you leave your doors unlocked, you have keys in your car, and no one expects you to get murdered. It's just quite bizarre. Afterwards, people are quite scared of walking the dogs in the forest.
Police still have no suspects, no murder weapon, and no motive.
I think any time there has been a murder in these sort of circumstances and no one's been found, there's likely to be wariness, there's likely to be some people who sadly won't want to leave the house. That shock was always there, I think. It was random, it was unprovoked, it literally could happen to anybody.
It wasn't safe for any of us. If there's a murderer already, it's murdered Peter. Was it something personal or not? We didn't know. After the murder of Peter, I was very reluctant to leave the house.
Having turned to the public for help, police receive information about a man who had stood out on the heath on the morning of the murder.
I just saw his feet first, and I thought he's wearing like heavy-duty flip-flops. It's not the sort of attire that you'd think of going dog walking. Pair of shorts on. Most people don't wear shorts through there because of the nettles, bits of bracken and all sorts of stuff like that. He was walking with a purpose.
Police release an e-fit of the man described, and suddenly there's a breakthrough. Police receive a tip-off about a local man, 24-year-old Alexander Palmer.
So, following the police appeals, a psychiatrist who had worked with Alexander Palmer then came forward with some concerns around previous things that Palmer had said.
The psychologist told the police that when treating Alexander Palmer, he had ideations of violent attacks, often with a knife.
Palmer had talked about his desire to attack random people. The voice in his head he called Little Alex.
Once Alexander Palmer was known to the inquiry, he was allocated to a team of detectives as a person of interest. Having obtained a photograph from Facebook, it was immediately apparent that there was a very strong likeness with the e-fit that had been provided by one of the dog walkers.
So at the time we knew that Palmer was 24 years old and he lived in Cringleford in Norfolk, and he had previously been a part of the armed forces.
Having identified Alexander Palmer as a suspect, an arrest strategy was prepared and he was arrested at 4:40 the following morning.
News of the arrest quickly spreads.
I wasn't sleeping. Quite paranoid about it all. I always kept looking at my iPad, to see if there'd been any updates. And I think there's one at 3 o'clock in the morning, the first published Alexander's name. So I quickly thought I'd have a look at Facebook. And lo and behold, there he was. As soon as I saw him on Facebook, I realised that was him. Without a shadow of a doubt.
After Alexander was arrested, they'd informed Anne, and Anne informed us that someone had been arrested for it, which was a relief for us.
As part of the arrest strategy, having been brought into custody, various forensic samples and a DNA swab will have been taken from Palmer, which will have been fast-tracked to the laboratory to try to get a profile as soon as possible. Having an outstanding profile from Mr. Wrighton's trousers, they need to know as soon as possible whether there could be any link to Alexander Palmer.
With forensic evidence being processed, Palmer himself is brought in for questioning.
Alex, can I get you to introduce yourself, please? Alexander Hobbs Palmer. As I said, an e-fit was prepared from a description. Have a look at that. What would you say about that? That's a pretty good likeness.
Alexander admitted that he had been in the area at the time.
During the first interview, Palmer revealed that he had been in the area. He said that he had travelled there and feeling depressed, he had stood there and had cried to himself and had walked about and then returned to his car, parked somewhere separately and had another walk and then left the area.
He was quite adamant about it, that he had not done it. He was not the killer. There was a Roman road that dissected the wood, and Mr. Wrighton had been killed on the west side of the road. Alexander said that he'd been on the east side at all times. I found him to be pretty calm, composed. He was intelligent.
Despite Palmer's denials, on the ground, detectives work tirelessly to find evidence to link him to the crime.
You're looking for something that will link him to the scene, something that will link him to Mr. Wrighton. So you're going to look for any clothes that have been worn at any locations that he's been to, so a house, lockup, work, vehicles that he may have used, looking to seize as many items as possible to initially assess them and then send them for forensic examination.
And it isn't long before forensic investigations start to produce results.
It was the second day of interviews that the positive result on the DNA matching Alexander Palmer to the DNA profile found on the trousers, probably where he dragged Mr. Wrighton into the bushes, grabbing his trousers to pull him along.
What could be his DNA was found on Mr. Wrighton's trousers, and what could have been Mr. Wrighton's blood was found on the collar of a jacket that belonged to Alexander.
That was the main evidence to link Alexander Palmer to Peter Wrighton, and obviously that then entered into the interview strategy.
Can you explain to me why your DNA is on that man?
I'm afraid I can't without knowing.
You don't need to know. It's irrelevant where it is. You say you haven't met him. Why is your DNA on him?
For instance, I could have lost a hair follicle and caught on his shoe. That's just me speculating, but without knowing, I couldn't venture a guess.
Okay.
Police now have a DNA link between the two men, but need further proof linking Palmer to the crime.
A search of his car identified a map which had markings on it indicating the area of the heath, which is obviously of interest because it indicates some sort of pre-planning before going to the scene.
There was ANPR data, the number plate recognition, which put Palmer at the location at the day of the murder.
Some ANPR evidence had been recovered with Palmer driving his car in the morning when dropping his partner off in the city, which showed him apparently in a white or light-coloured shirt, and when he was seen picking her up in the afternoon, he was seen in a dark-coloured shirt. And yet his account was that he had been wearing the same clothes all day, but he appeared to have changed his clothing, and none of that clothing, which is highly likely to have been heavily bloodstained, was ever recovered.
Police believe they have irrefutable proof that Palmer killed Peter Wrighton, but they still don't know why or what with, and their suspect is now refusing to talk.
I'll ask you again, were you involved in the murder of Peter Wrighton? No comment.
He made it very clear that he was not guilty, was not responsible, and he hadn't done the killing. And that remained his position throughout.
Detectives analyse Palmer's phone records and come across a damning photograph.
It was established that he had bought a hunting-type knife, and in fact there was a picture of it, I think, on his phone. That picture of the knife was shown to the forensic pathologist, who confirmed that it could have caused the injuries.
Alexander Palmer is charged with murder. But what was his motive? And what drove him to kill? February 2018. And Alexander Palmer is standing trial at Nottingham Crown Court, accused of murdering Peter Wrighton in August 2017. A crime which had sent shockwaves through the small, close-knit community of East Harling.
I think my first initial thought was, whoever done this is a coward. The nature of the frenzy that murderer did. It was a cowardly act on an old man who's out walking dogs.
Totally shocked. I couldn't believe it because it's such a quiet and peaceful place. It just seemed incredible it could happen here. It just seemed impossible, really.
Prior to the court case, Palmer has to undergo psychological assessments to determine his capacity to stand trial.
I believe he was initially sent to Belmarsh Prison and then to Rampton for that assessment. And the question to be answered was Alexander Palmer mad or bad? Had he carried out this attack because of a mental illness that he was suffering from, or was he just a very violent and nasty person?
So who is Alexander Palmer?
When I first met Alexander, he was 24 years old. He'd been 23 at the time of the offence. He had no previous convictions, no cautions, no findings of guilt, no reprimands, nothing, so far as the police were concerned, that would suggest that he would commit such a violent offence. He'd served in the British Army till about 2015. He had trained and qualified as a commando, one of the few who actually qualified in his year. But there was one thing of note. In March of 2014, a fellow trainee had stamped on his head, and that was plainly the beginning of his mental problems. Because of that, he had been medically discharged from the army.
Throughout 2015, Palmer was treated as both an inpatient and an outpatient in mental health services, seen by several different psychologists. But one expressed concern to the police after seeing media appeals about the murder.
One of the people that contacted the control room was a psychologist who had worked previously with Palmer following an assault on Palmer whilst he was serving in the forces that had an effect on him.
And one piece of information comes to light which is particularly chilling.
The psychologist told the police that he had a dislike for dog walkers.
Dog walkers, he said, were a particular bugbear of his.
He was obviously suffering some mental health problems brought on by PTSD. He had some kind of grievance with dog walkers is the thing that stands out.
He had made disclosures about ideations around violence and a dislike of dog walkers.
Having been deemed fit to stand trial, the court hears how Alex had revealed on arrest that he heard voices in his head.
Palmer had talked about the voice in his head he called Little Alex.
Is there a different Alex? At times, yes. Okay, who's he? He used to manifest himself as a physical hallucination, but now it's just a voice. Is he still with us? Is he here today? Yes. Where is he now? What is him here? He's there, is he?
Palmer admits being on the Heathlands on the day of the murder.
So was Alex there that day? The other Alex?
He's always there. So
He's always there, so he would have been with you, okay? Was he? Do you remember him talking to you on that day? You don't? But you say he talks to you every day?
Yes.
He's there laughing at you. But you say he doesn't tell you what to do. He doesn't force you to do things or anything like that.
Palmer, during the court case, had said that he had visited the woodland because he was feeling low, but didn't say that he'd been involved in the attack.
But the prosecution puts forward evidence linking Palmer to Peter Wrighton.
Several of Mr. Wrighton's clothes were sent for forensic examination, and they had identified DNA from a person on the leg of his trousers.
I believe there was DNA found on Mr. Wrighton as well, which linked Palmer to the murder.
The court also hears that on the morning of the murder, ANPR cameras picked up Palmer's black Ford Focus on the A11, heading towards the Heath. Mobile phone records reveal he is stationary on the area of the Heath from 10:19 a.m. for a period of 32 minutes and 55 seconds. His car is then picked up heading north on the A11. The whole journey, police believe, had been planned in advance.
A search of his car identified a map with the area marked out.
In fact, investigations reveal Palmer had completed the exact same journey 2 weeks prior to the murder. Had it been a practice run, or had he intended to kill on that day? Either way, it was Peter who found himself at the end of Palmer's wrath on that fateful day.
Why did he pick Peter?
Being that Peter's about my stature and a bit older than I am, Peter was easy prey for Alexander.
But did Peter actually try to help this man? We don't know. Nobody will ever know. Because this man won't say anything now. Did Peter try to help him? Peter suffered for it. We don't know.
It was also revealed that despite his age and smaller stature, Peter had tried to fight off his attacker.
He had what we would refer to as defensive marks on his hand. It would appear that he tried to grab the blade of the knife to stop his assailant.
It was unprovoked, and he was a very, very old man that couldn't defend himself. Alexander's quite a strong lad, you know, military background, very fit and able. Peter Wrighton could hardly stand up. I think very cowardly.
The prosecution revealed further evidence that Palmer had planned to kill. Police had found a notebook in a storage facility belonging to Palmer, in which it appeared he had written of his plans.
So in January of 2015, he said he was thinking of going for dog walkers. He said that he hated dog walkers and that if he did this, he would be up on a pedestal, up with the big ones. Everyone would look up to him. Everyone would know his name.
But while police did discover the notebook, there's one thing they never did find: the knife he used to kill Peter.
The prosecution case would be that the steps that he had taken to get rid of any forensic evidence would indicate a knowledge of what he had done and an intention to cover up what he had done.
On the advice of his barrister, Palmer does not give evidence in his trial.
I explained to him that it's his case, his future, his liberty that's at stake, and that we act as a voice for him in the courtroom.
The notebook, DNA, witness statements, and the EFIT, as well as Palmer's medical records, are put to the court.
The prosecution case was a strong one. ANPR evidence in relation to his vehicle and cell site evidence in relation to his phone showed that he had been in the area at the relevant time. In addition to that, there was evidence from 2 eyewitnesses who had given descriptions of the person who was likely to have been Mr. Wrighton's attacker. And those descriptions were quite similar to the appearance of Alexander. One of those 2 witnesses had made an EFIT, and again, the EFIT was quite similar to Alexander's appearance. There was no direct evidence, but if you put all those matters together, it represents quite a strong case.
Having heard all the evidence, the jury retire to consider their verdict.
The trial came to a conclusion and the jury found Alexander Palmer guilty of murder.
When a jury decides after 49 minutes, I think there's obviously overwhelming evidence to suggest that Palmer was the person who carried out the murder. That was the one thing that stood out for me at the trial, is how quickly they decided that Palmer was guilty of the murder.
Despite evidence of Palmer's mental health problems, the judge ruled that he had meticulously planned the murder.
The statutory sentence is life imprisonment, but there is a recommendation from the judge, which in this case was 28 years. I would suggest that the fact that once convicted and imprisoned, he was sent to a normal prison rather than a psychiatric prison indicates that the assessment was that he was a violent and nasty person.
Good girl, good girl. Come on.
The dog walkers of East Harling will never forget the horrifying crime which leaves its mark on this close-knit community.
It's not the same in the forest here for months. People were not relaxed, they're very nervous, looking over the shoulder all the time. I was doing the same, actually, looking over your shoulder, seeing what cars were parked here. It's very bizarre, kind of chilling feeling afterwards.
And for Peter Bibby, his brush with evil will live with him forever.
It was quite a scary thing, and it's all the what ifs. What if I had gone back? You know, would have changed things. I was walking straight forward to him. It could have been me.
Investigate an infamous case stage by stage to appreciate the full picture in OJ Made in America, available now on Sky Documentaries.
The following programme contains descriptions of real-life violence that some viewers may find distressing. Please be aware that this programme also contains themes of domestic violence.
When a murder happens, it's very rare and it sends real shockwaves through the community.
It was like something out of a film that you would never see in your local street. What kind of person would actually do that?
The way in which she was disposed of is just utterly disgusting. The investigation had to be her voice. She wasn't there to say what happened to her.
It was quite clear the complete devastation that had been caused by the death of their daughter.
He's a manipulator. He's just a cold-hearted killer.
Just 16 miles south of Birmingham, but nestled in the rolling hills of Worcestershire, lies Bromsgrove.
Bromsgrove is a peaceful place and it's very tranquil.
Not much here. Not much really happens.
There's quite a village feel to it because it's surrounded by countryside and it's got country pubs, it's got a nice canal.
It's got a lovely community. They're all very friendly.
They know their neighbours and help each other out.
I've left several times. I always end up coming back home. It's where your heart is, really.
In the beating heart of Bromsgrove live the Salangis.
Nizam and Zubaydah lived in Talbot Road in Bromsgrove. Nice estate. And it has a row of shops. And in that row of shops was Nizam and Zubaydah's takeaway pizza business, Prego Pizza. It was owned by Nizam. Zubaydah would help and serve behind the counter.
And it was plainly quite a popular place for local residents to go to.
I don't know what they did with them pizzas, but their pizzas were really nice.
Zubaydah was very attractive. I took quite a shine to her. She'd just got this aura about her which sort of drew you in with her smile.
Nizam was very talkative. We had quite a few conversations with him. They seemed a very nice couple, very pleasant.
Nazim and Zubaydah are also proud members of the local Afghan community. They have 2 young children, one 6, the other just 4 years old.
She went about her daily life as best she could, loved her kids. They were the centre of her world.
She was a devoted mother and the family life was everything for her.
But life in Talbot Road is about to change forever.
Hello, police. Nizam contacted West Mercia Police to report Zubaydah missing.
At the time, Nizam said that his wife had gone out for a run and never returned.
Nazem also reveals something else to police.
There were a number of texts on his phone that reported to have come from Zubaydah. One which said something along the lines of, I love someone else, I want to pass my time with them. Zubaydah had left him and she had told him via text that she was going back to Afghanistan. She couldn't cope in the UK, didn't want to remain here, and of course had mentioned another man in her life.
Nazem had shown the texts to a friend at his mosque.
The gentleman concerned told Nazam that he should call the police and let them know that Zubaydah was missing, which of course he did.
But leaving her children behind seems at odds with devoted mother Zubaydah. Police launch a missing person inquiry.
Missing persons reports are taken very seriously, particularly when they are out of character. That inquiry would have been passed to a response officer via a patrol sergeant, and there are a template of inquiries that would have taken place in response to trying to find out where Zubaydah was.
The police will investigate places known to Zubaydah Salangi. So, for example, they would go to addresses that they know that she would go to. They would speak to people that she is associated with, just to see whether or not there is any information whatsoever that can help them locate Zubaydah.
There would also have been the local inquiries being conducted, house-to-house inquiries. Are there any footprints where they would normally be or not?
Investigators focus on Zubaydah's street, where she was reportedly last seen going for a run.
When she was first reported missing, we were at home because we had a knock on the door from the police asking if we had seen her. The police asked us if we had any dashcam footage of their house. The police have took our SD card from the car, and obviously there was no footage on there. But apart from that, I found it to be a bit strange that she went missing. It was just very strange.
The police shortly after did put out a press release to the media saying, could we report that she was missing and if anybody had information about it? And it was front page news in Bromsgrove. I wrote articles on it at the time. She was a young mother of two and somebody who was well known in the area, and it seemed a surprise that she would suddenly disappear. It didn't seem to make sense, and a lot of people were interested in it and worried about her as well.
I was going through social media. It said that Zubaydah had gone missing on the Sunday. The neck hairs stood up. In my heart, I knew something terrible had happened. I commented on that post, a lovely woman, I hope she's found safe.
The reasons behind it just don't seem clear. It seemed like a bit of a mystery for the area, and especially as a lot of people had only seen her a few days before serving up pizzas in the takeaway.
There was no trace of Zubaydah anywhere, of course, apart from the text messages.
Detectives start investigating Zubaydah's links overseas.
Zubaydah Salangi was an Afghan national, and she was one of 8 children who lived in the Hindu Kush region, mountains just outside of Kabul.
So Zubaydah was born in 1991 in Afghanistan. She was raised there with her extended family, brothers, sisters, aunties, uncles, obviously her parents. She qualified as a maths teacher and actually worked in a school in Afghanistan.
And she was a highly educated woman and had aspirations.
Zubaydah came to the UK as a result of her marriage to Nazam Salangi. That was an arranged traditional marriage between the families. And Zubaydah came to the UK to be with Nazam in around 2013.
She carried on wanting to learn, and she was going to evening classes to do English at college.
She had a really strong work ethic, not only from working at Prego Pizza, but her desire and drive to help other people in terms of education. And it was ultimately to be her dream that she would work in the education system in the United Kingdom.
Investigators are puzzled. Inquiries reveal Zubaydah making a go of life in Britain. But her missing persons report suggests she's not happy with her life here.
And straight away, when you get a missing person inquiry like that, where it is totally out of character, that raises red flags. You just get that feeling that something is just not right.
Police start to scour the family home.
A search of the property would be conducted with the consent of the owner. That is standard in missing person inquiries. Checking loft spaces, etc., just to make sure that that individual isn't actually where they should be at home.
Nazam Salangi took police to show her wardrobe and an 8-inch gap in her clothes rail where she had taken clothing and left.
And there were 2 handwritten notes to the children explaining why she's left.
Police officers attended Prego Pizza and they searched the rear of the premises.
It was searched by a Pulsar team, which is a number of officers who are specifically trained. They're licensed search officers. One of their major skills is searching, detailed searching, leave no void unexplored.
They searched, in particular, a storage area where there were many boxes.
In the rear storeroom, concealed on a shelf, which could only be accessed via stepladders, we found a purse which had been secreted behind a load of pizza packing boxes. That was Zubaydah's purse. In that purse was her driving licence, some photographs of her children, and some cash.
It was something they felt that she wouldn't have left behind if she'd actually run off with somebody else.
In that same area, in a cavity within the wall space, was an iPhone box, a mobile phone box, wrapped in bubble wrap. And in there was a phone that subsequently transpired to be used by Zubaydah to contact her family in Afghanistan.
That was a real pivotal moment for the police investigation.
It became quite obvious that something was severely wrong.
In Bromsgrove, mother of 2, Zubaydah Salangi, has been missing for nearly a week. As investigators continue searching the takeaway business she runs with her husband Nazim, word spreads across the local community.
I actually took it upon myself to drive past Prego Pizza because I'd been so upset. I didn't know what had happened, and I saw forensic vans, people in white suits carrying trays from Prego Pizza and putting them into the van. At that point, I think I knew that something is wrong.
Investigators start analysing their discoveries at the premises, Zubaydah's phone and her driving licence.
It's a very significant find because Zubaydah wasn't yet in possession of a British passport, so her driving licence would have been absolutely key for her as a form of identification. And of course, if she was going to leave, why would she leave images of her children who were very dear to her, as you would expect, at home and not take them with her? And then of course, her one means of contacting her family, that phone, was massively significant because that was her only support network, her contact with her family in Afghanistan.
By now, police have also spoken to Zubaydah's family overseas.
It's very clear that she was someone who was very loved indeed by her family. Such was that love that they would regularly contact each other every single day.
Officers made contact with Mr. Valzadar, Zubaydah's father, in Afghanistan, and it became apparent that he'd not heard from his daughter since the 27th of March.
And that was really unusual because she was so family orientated. So if Zubaydah was planning to leave the country and go home, then her family would have been the first people that she'd contacted, and they would know that she was on her way. So the fact that they hadn't heard from her was really distressing.
The police would have understandably been very concerned at this stage because, having been shown by Nizam Salangi part of her wardrobe missing, text messages purportedly from her indicating that she had left him and the family. But in fact, having searched Prego Pizza, they discovered something completely different. So suspicions quickly turned on Nazim Salangi.
People in the local community are also questioning Nazim's claims.
It was common knowledge that Nizam had said she'd gone out for a jog on the Sunday and not come back.
Thought there's no way she would have been out jogging. No way. Because we never seen her apart from school runs, going to work, coming back from work. That's the only time I would see her. Definitely not for a jog.
Who goes out for a jog, leaving your children? Personally, myself, I never left my children in that situation. So that did not ring true at all.
On social media, there were a lot of questions. I think there was a lot of disbelief that she would have actually left the country. She seemed that she was quite settled here and she had a family, and it didn't seem to make sense.
Detectives soon discover something sinister about the seemingly happy couple.
For customers at the pizza parlour, they'd just see the couple behind the counter who were friendly and chatty, and it seemed like a normal marriage. A few people who got closer to them did comment that there were signs that maybe things behind closed doors weren't so happy.
I'd always try and make conversation, try and get Zubaida to sort of look at me, you know. She was a very shy person, but I think as I came to know them as a couple, there were a few red flags that I picked up on during my visits there. I noticed every time I spoke to Zubaida, Nizam would stop what he was doing and turn his head, and she would sort of crumble, go very quiet, look away, and not acknowledge that I was there. And she would sort of like fade into the background. I had a feeling that she wanted to communicate more, but felt she couldn't. And I'd commented to my husband a few times that I felt he was controlling her. I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. I ended up fleeing to a women's refuge. And one of the things they teach you there is how to recognise a manipulator.
It was a relationship that was plagued with lots of troubles. She would regularly argue with Nizam.
I don't think it was a happy marriage. I sensed that Zubaida felt extremely trapped by the culture that she'd married into. Trapped by the fact that she loved her kids and would do anything for them and would not leave for that reason. There was clearly some abuse, which was reflected in numerous phone calls between Zubaida and her family back in Afghanistan. She would contact them regularly. Her family would tell us that she would often speak of her unhappiness and her physical and emotional abuse within her marriage at the hands of Nizam.
Zubaida's friend Samantha confirms investigators' worst fears.
I told them I'd noticed a few red flags. The next thing, they asked me if they could come and take a statement from me, which they did do. And I said, one time I went in with my husband and I looked at Zubaida as I was stood waiting, and I noticed that she got a black eye. It looked like she'd covered it up with some foundation. It was purple and black. And I spoke to her. I asked her what she had done. All the time Nizam was glaring at her and said basically she'd banged it on the cooker hood. I didn't believe her immediately. I did not believe her. I was talking to my husband as we left the shop, and I said, I believe he's done that. I think he's going to end up killing her.
As the inquiry moved on, his willingness to assist began to dwindle, which also, of course, arose suspicions with the investigating officers.
Part of the investigation process by the police into this missing persons inquiry involved them looking at bank accounts, and they discovered that there had been transactions on one of her accounts in various locations.
Detectives spot transactions made after Zubaydah reportedly went missing.
These were cash withdrawals in Birmingham. So, of course, CCTV inquiries are conducted at those cash points to see if we can establish who is withdrawing that cash.
And when they viewed that CCTV footage, they saw a figure who they believed to be Nizam Salangi. Understandably, the police would have been very suspicious of this, given what Nizam Salangi had previously told them, that she had run away with another man and wasn't coming back.
More significantly, an analysis of the phone data showed that the texts purportedly sent by Zubaydah from her phone to Nizam's phone were actually sent whilst her phone was in Bromsgrove.
This obviously led the police to be very suspicious indeed, and ultimately showed Nizam to be lying about Zubaydah having left the area.
We could tell from the location of Zubaydah's phone and the location of Nizam's phone at the time the text messages were sent that they were actually co-locating, and the phones were moving round together. So it couldn't have been Zubaydah who was sending those texts.
The police quickly concluded that Nizam Salangi had himself sent these messages using her mobile phone to message his phone.
He had actually been sending these texts to himself, pretending to be his wife.
It was clear that Nizam was fabricating a series of events to try and show some proof that Zubaydah was conducting her daily business, i.e. sending text messages, withdrawing money from the bank. We've got the significant fines at Prego Pizza, the phone, the purse, and his unwillingness to cooperate with inquiries is amazingly suspicious and absolutely tipped the balance into something far more sinister or potentially likely a homicide.
With all this information, the police made the decision, and quite rightly, that a missing persons inquiry quickly became into a murder inquiry. And they attended Nizam's address on Talbot Road and arrested him on suspicion of murder.
In Bromsgrove, takeaway owner Nizam Salangi is in custody on suspicion of murdering his wife and mother of two, Zubaydah.
We learned that he'd been arrested, which was completely, massive shock.
At this point, we've gone from a missing person report to suspected murder. And that's huge in terms of how the community felt, but also what was being reported in the media. Murders were very rare in Bromsgrove, and it sent real shockwaves through the community.
From that day on, really, the whole street was swarmed with police cars, police vans, a massive tow truck to remove the cars.
It was headline news for us at the newspaper, and everyone wanted to know more about what could have led to this.
Most of the kind of like gossip that was going round was that they believed that Nizam had done something to her. And I think that just goes to show how many people kind of like had a feeling something was going on, like domestic abuse. Didn't want to voice their opinions. I thought horrendous thoughts that he had killed her, and thoughts as to what I could have done differently. Was there anybody I could have gone and told?
Once you've decided to make an arrest, straight away the clock is ticking in respect of your ability and the time you have to deal with that individual you've got in custody. There's a lot of pressure on an SIO and their team to make ground as fast and as best as they can.
Investigators seize their suspect's mobile. What they find on it confirms what the family have told them.
Nizam had captured a video on his mobile phone. There'd clearly been a domestic argument on the 27th of March. The children were present in the house. It was clearly very emotional. They were arguing in Afghan.
In that argument, Zubaydah was holding a kitchen knife to her wrist in what was plainly a complete act of desperation. She was, by this stage, terribly unhappy in the relationship that she was in.
And threatening to self-harm and locks herself in the bathroom. During it, she yells at him that he'd destroyed her life for the last 8 years, which is how long they'd been married.
And basically saying to him, you carry on filming, you know, you've made me so unhappy. And of course, Nizam was keen for people to see that.
Under questioning, Nezem maintains his story, that his wife has fled their marital home.
I think Nizam was keen that video represented that Zubaydah was suffering from some kind of mental health episode or was very desperate, and therefore the fact that she may have gone missing may have come as no surprise.
But analysts find even more interesting activity on Nezem's phone, recorded the day after their violent argument.
On the 28th of March, Nizam, his brother Ramin and his brother Yazin all commenced using 3 new phone numbers that had not previously been used before, which in itself is suspicious. 28th of March is the last time that anybody had ever seen or heard from Zubaydah, and she was never to be seen again.
One of the phones had only been activated for 48 hours and seemed to be a burner phone, and it raised suspicions over why somebody would do that at the same time that Zubaydah went missing.
Detectives now focus on Nezem's brothers and their movements that day.
Rahman and Yasin Salangi lived in Cardiff, but they worked in Caerphilly in a pizza takeaway. The police investigation turned to the pizza takeaway in Caerphilly, and that included examining the CCTV footage of what had been going on in the takeaway. That showed unusual and suspicious behaviour between Rahman and Yasin, both on mobile telephones, on the 28th of March.
Investigators trace calls being made to their brother Nezem, but this is the first time they have spoken to him all year.
CCTV footage revealed that shortly after 10 p.m, Yasin Salangi was seen to reach underneath a counter and retrieve a mobile phone that he handed to Rahman.
And as a result of that phone data inquiries, we could see that on the night of the 28th of March, Ramin actually travelled up from Newport and came to Bromsgrove and met with Nizam.
During questioning, Nezem comes up with an explanation.
He told the police that the reason why Rahman had come from Caerphilly down to Bromsgrove was because a part of the oven in Prego Pizza had broken, and that he had requested his brother to come down with a particular part to replace in the broken oven. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the oven whatsoever. So the police attention turned to Nizam Salangi to see exactly what he had been doing that day.
The 28th of March is really significant because we know on that day that Nizam was expecting a gent to come to the pizza shop. He actually contacted that gent and said, "Don't bother coming, I'm not opening the pizza shop, and gave an excuse along the lines of something was wrong with one of the pizza ovens and therefore business was not going to be conducted as usual. And of course that gent never came.
The police also spoke to one of the chefs who worked at Prego Pizza, and they established from him that in fact Nizam Salangi had cancelled the chef for that day.
Police uncover something else rather sinister about the 28th of March.
Part of the police inquiry revealed that a tenant who had been living up above in a flat in Prego Pizza had been contacted by Nizam Salangi.
We actually traced that individual, and he confirms that Nizam actually called him on the 28th to see when he was coming back into the country. And again, this was really suspicious, taken together with the cancellation of the gent coming up on that day. He clearly wanted no one around to interfere with what he had to do.
Police now suspect this was the day Zubaydah was killed. And Ramin was called upon that evening to help his brother Nezim dispose of the body.
It was key to the investigation to know where Nizam and Ramin have gone during these hours where they're together in and around Bromsgrove. Crucial to those inquiries are CCTV. We knew they were in a white Nissan vehicle. Although you couldn't see the registration number of that vehicle, a similar vehicle was captured on numerous pieces of CCTV from various locations. It basically showed that vehicle travelling out of Bromsgrove towards an area called Lower Bentley. During the early hours of the morning, we were able to calculate that they were probably in or around the area of Lower Bentley for approximately 2.5 to 3 hours for the return journey into Bromsgrove. We had the phone that Nizam was carrying linking to the Wi-Fi at Prego Pizza, so we could time when they got back to that location. A short stop at Prego Pizza before going back out to Lower Bentley. Our hypothesis being that they've gone out to Lower Bentley, prepared an area for deposition disposal. They've come back into Bromsgrove, collected Zubaydah, gone back out to that area and disposed of her body.
But finding Zubaydah's body is a different story. Limited mobile coverage in rural Worcestershire makes it harder to track the suspect's phones.
You are entering a massively rural area. It's huge. Fields, farms, canals, all stretching along the side of the motorway. We were unable to pinpoint exactly where they'd been, so it became a priority to sectorise that vast area and methodically, day by day, put officers through that area on foot with dogs. Huge operation, massively time-consuming.
The police started searching the area. It was noticeable that they were looking out in the countryside, and that spread like wildfire, and people started to question whether actually she'd been buried somewhere.
There were about 20 police, 10 on either side of the lane, with long sticks, were sweeping through the side of the road, trying to see if there was anything in there in the hedges. And then the drones, when they came, were up in the opposite direction down there, and they were just searching in the fields all around.
It's really, really frustrating because you know that you are generally in the right area, but you just don't know where exactly you need to be.
Suddenly, there's a breakthrough.
Just off a road called Copy Holt Lane, search officers came across what looked like a grave-shaped marking in the ground in a copse. It was a secluded area of woodland next to a lake. It also looked as if it had been disguised with branches and leaves, and of course they were extremely suspicious.
Investigators seal off the scene.
They'd got a car across the road blocking it off and were putting up, police tape around the area. It was clearly some sort of a crime scene.
To find that grave in our area of interest was highly significant. That's what we were looking for.
The police excavated this area of ground by hand, and they dug down to a natural level of clay.
But unfortunately, Zubaydah wasn't found there.
At this stage, the police were understandably frustrated by the fact that Zubaydah Salangi's body had not been found, despite them having dug what they thought to be her grave. So the task for the police was made more difficult. But with great care and determination, they put together all the evidence that they had to be able to put before the Crown Prosecution Service and a decision be made to charge Nizam Salangi with murder.
You may have convinced the CPS, but you've got to convince a jury beyond all reasonable doubt that he is guilty of that murder.
Bromsgrove takeaway owner Nizam Salangi has been charged with the murder of his missing 28-year-old wife, Zubaydah. But police still haven't found a body.
Just because Nizam had been charged, in some regards, with a no-body murder, the job has only just started.
Investigators home in on the role of Nizam's brother, Ramin.
When Ramin Salangi was arrested and interviewed by police, he initially spun the same tale as his brother did. But when the police confronted him with all the evidence that they had gathered, it was then that he began to tell the police more information. Zubaydah was dead and that she had hung herself.
And they brought the body down from the flat above, Prego Pizza, and put it into the back of Nizam's car.
He indicated the purpose of the trips out to Lower Bentley was to dispose of her body.
That was a real breakthrough moment for the police, because at that point, Nizam hadn't said anything about what happened.
As a result of his admission, Ramin Salangi is charged with assisting an offender. But to make their case watertight, police need to find Zubaydah. In August 2020, DCI Mark Peters is brought in to head up the investigation.
My absolute objective was to find Zubaydah. I feel like she almost becomes part of your life. I'd photograph of her on my phone. I would have sleepless nights. Absolutely all-consuming, because we just did not know where she was, and it was totally frustrating. So I decided to go to one of the pre-trial hearings at Worcester Crown Court. And that's the first time I'd seen Nizam and Ramin in the flesh. And I looked at them and I just thought, you two are anything but master criminals. And it just got me thinking, why would you go to the trouble of digging a grave, finding it not fit for purpose, then you'll fill that grave back in and go to the lengths they did to try and disguise it? So I canvassed a number of key individuals within the team. The opinion of the forensic archaeologist was that he was 98% sure from the crime scene photography that we were at the bottom of that grave from the first dig. And that 2% was just too much for me. I want to be 100% sure that we hadn't missed something at that location.
So the police went back and they decided to dig again at the exact spot they had before, at that makeshift grave.
And then went further, about 5 inches.
And lo and behold, having done so, the police found the body of Zubaydah Salangi.
It was such a relief. It was very, very emotional. And it's a day I will never, ever forget.
The news spreads throughout Zubaydah's hometown.
When they found her, although it was very emotional, I was glad that they'd found her. For her family.
I just couldn't believe it. Shock, really. Just awful. Absolutely awful.
I attended the post-mortem. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time that Zubaydah had remained in the grave, we were unable to establish an absolute cause of death. But we can establish very compelling evidence as to what had happened. She was wrapped in household bin bags. She was in a Primark duvet cover, which essentially formed a kind of sack tied with rope. The pillowcase of that duvet set had been located during a previous search at Talbot Road. Her feet were bound with a curtain wire, and when we went back to Talbot Road, there was one window at the front living room that had curtain wire that was absent.
This was a hugely significant find because obviously it gave a direct link from Zubaydah Salangi back to the home of Nazim.
The parting letters supposedly left by Zubaydah are also proven to be fakes.
We were able to prove, with the use of a handwriting expert, that in fact there is no way she could have written those letters.
This was a case that was filled with pieces of circumstantial evidence, and like a puzzle, those pieces in isolation didn't appear to be anything substantial. But when they were put together, it was very clear indeed to see the involvement of Nizam Salangi in the murder of Zubaydah.
"18 months after finding Zubaydah's body, her husband Nezim finally faces justice. He pleads not guilty to murder, and his brothers Ramin and Yasin plead not guilty to charges of assisting an offender.
I went to court and I testified. I felt like I had to be that voice for Zubaydah. Nizam had got his feet up. He didn't look bothered at all. He was just staring straight at me. I tried to avoid eye contact, but on the occasion that I looked at him, he was just smirking. And he didn't look regretful at all. The defence was quite gruelling. They tried to say that Zubaydah did in fact have a black eye, but that was years ago. And I said, no, it was 6 weeks before she went missing. So I just basically stood my ground. I had to be strong. I wanted to make sure she was not forgotten.
The prosecution reveals how the violent row captured on Nezim's smartphone the day before Zubaydah went missing was to be their last.
That night after he went to the pizza parlour, that she went on Facebook and unfriended him and his brothers and was searching for cleaning jobs.
To stop his wife from leaving him, Nezim decides on murder.
During the court case, the web of lies that Nizam had put together was completely unravelled. The prosecution showed that a lot of what he'd said just wasn't true, and piece by piece, it showed that he was just a heartless killer.
After a 7-week trial, the jury retires.
When the guilty verdicts came in, it was a feeling of huge relief.
Upon being found guilty, he became very vocal towards the officers in the case, essentially alleging that we fabricated evidence to stitch him up.
I think he thought he was going to get away with it. I felt glad that he's got what he deserves.
Nezim Salangi is jailed for a minimum of 18 years. Ramin Salangi sentenced to 6 years, and his brother Yasin for 4 years and 9 months.
Of course, it's the verdict we wanted, but it doesn't bring Zubaydah back.
The murder has also left its mark on Bromsgrove.
Even now, there's still times when people think about it, especially going past there in that precinct. And just to think that they had a killer in their community,
If I could speak to Zubaida now, I think I'd rather go back in the past. Said, look, come with me. I'll take you somewhere, anywhere away from him. Because then she'd still be here. But I hope she's out there somewhere and she knows that I've done something for her.
If you have been affected by any of the issues raised in this programme, help is available online at sky.com/viewer support.
Nikki was not answering the door, was not answering the phone.
When she doesn't appear, people are surprised. She's usually very reliable.
I think it was just a shock because you don't expect that to sort of happen where you live.
Just unbelievable. It's like you're in a movie. It's not even happening to you.
Murder? What do you mean, murder?
When the police reviewed the CCTV footage, they saw a person entering the flats.
It's chilling. She's on her way to kill.
Letchworth, England's first garden city, is a rural town situated north of Hertfordshire.
Letchworth was founded by Ebenezer Howard at the start of the 20th century. He wanted people to move out of cramped conditions in places like London and come and live in the countryside.
Letchworth, for somewhere to live, is lovely, it's welcoming, it's rural, but within easy reach of both Cambridge and London. I'm getting older, but I still find it's a very safe place to walk around. I just feel it's a very comfy place to live.
I think people in Letchworth are really friendly. Often if you walk in, you know, they'll say hello.
Life in Letchworth is really good. Everybody's very friendly, can be very vibrant through the summer months. Very nice place.
Letchworth is a lovely place to live. Very quiet, very nice, no trouble at all. Wouldn't live anywhere else. Beautiful place.
And for 26-year-old carer Nikki Collingbourne, it was the perfect place to live and work while remaining nearby to her family.
We were like best friends, really. Not so much, we used to make a joke about her being my auntie because she was younger than me, but we were just like really close friends, like sisters, really, because we were of a similar age.
She always wanted children of her own, and I think that made her very childlike, but in a good way. And she worked with children as well, so...
She's so good with kids, like, amazing, like, just seeing family, anyone's children, even their friends' kids, she was brilliant with. So obviously, as I started having my children, she became quite involved, and we'd often spend weekends together away, with kids, without kids. She was just such a kind person.
Nikki was very funny, caring and loving. Everything about her. She was just a wonderful person. She'd drop anything to do anything for anybody.
Nikki's close family circle depended on her in their daily lives, and that included helping her mum and taking her to and from hospital appointments. But all that was about to change.
Nikki's mother was very ill. She was being treated in the Lister Hospital in Stevenage, which is about 7 miles away. Nikki's due to collect her, and when she doesn't appear, people are surprised.
Nikki usually does all the running around, goes and picks her mum up, makes sure she's got everything, and she had not answered her calls, which was obviously very unlike Nikki.
Nikki would never let anybody down on an appointment, never, unless it was absolute emergency.
By the afternoon, I was really worried, so I just sent her a text and I just said, Nikki, if you need me, I'm here, blah, blah, and yeah. And then the next thing I know, her mum had rung me and said, have you seen Nikki? She hasn't turned up to pick me up from hospital. And I instantly knew. I knew something was not right. I went down, the car was there, so I knew she was in the flat. Shouting through the letterbox, like Leanne stuff was shouting through the letterbox, no response. But I know that Nikki was very down and depressed about her mum being poorly, and she was really worried about what was going to happen to her. And sometimes Nikki was the type of person that does need to be just left alone for a little while. It's very unusual for her not to contact people. So I thought, you know what, we'll give it a night.
But the next day, there is still no word from Nikki.
She's usually very reliable. Her family trust her, they rely on her. So they're concerned. Her half-sister obtains a spare key to her flat and goes round with other members of the family.
With Nikki not responding, her family let themselves into the flat. But nothing could prepare them for what they would find.
They walked into the kitchen, and in front of them, they saw Nikki on the floor in a pool of blood. Her left wrist had been slit.
They found Nikki laying on the floor, face up, with there was just like a massive congealed blood running from Nikki's head, and yeah, you could see that she was dead.
Family members went down to her flat to see if she was okay, and obviously discovered her body. At that point, they immediately called the police.
My daughter phoned me up hysterical, saying, Nikki's dead, Nikki's dead, there's blood everywhere. And I just went hysterical on the phone, and then I was in shock.
Police immediately arrive on the scene, to be met by a gruesome sight.
In this case, the scene investigation officer will be looking to preserve that scene, preserving and securing evidence.
Nikki is laying on the floor of her kitchen, fragments of a ceramic chicken-shaped pot surrounding her. A severe cut is across her wrist. Could she have had an accident or taken her own life?
It was so bizarre, and there didn't seem to be any particular reason for it.
It was suspected that Nikki had took her own life, but I knew that that wasn't the case. She'd never done that. She loved life too much. She would never have left her mum and her family.
As Nikki's body is taken for a post-mortem, the tragic news travels fast through the close-knit community, alerting the local press to the scene.
When the police arrived, the area was cordoned off. There were police cars everywhere, officers in white suits from the forensic department carrying out checks. Local people at the shops and the flats were shocked by what had gone on.
It's not something you hear about in, you know, the area that you live. It's not something you expect on your doorstep.
She was so friendly with everybody around here. It was sad when we heard about what happened to her. She wouldn't hurt anybody. She was the most kindest person I'd ever known. It was devastating news.
When the post-mortem report comes in, the results are not clear-cut.
From the pathology reports, there's no one single injury that led to Nikki's death. It was inconclusive.
But the results do reveal Nikki's skull had been fractured. And it seems the broken ceramic chicken-shaped dish which had surrounded her body was involved.
So the pathologist said that the chicken dish would have been picked up by two hands and used with considerable force. Although it wasn't enough to fracture Nikki's skull, it certainly was enough to render her unconscious.
The police quickly realised that somebody else had been involved.
The pathologists have concluded that she died because of the violent actions of a third party.
No one could have predicted that this was going to happen. We just couldn't believe it. It was just so, it was like it wasn't even happening to us.
With the outcome from the post-mortem now in, the inquiry into Nikki's death changes focus.
She's been murdered.
In Letchworth, results from the post-mortem on 26-year-old Nikki Collingbourne has changed the course of the investigation.
They walked into the kitchen and in front of them they saw Nikki on the floor in a pool of blood. Her left wrist had been slit.
Chicken dish would have been picked up by two hands and used with considerable force. It certainly was enough to render her unconscious.
With a murder investigation now underway, police break the news to her grieving family.
I was at work. I got a phone call from my boyfriend at the time, and he just said, "You need to get home right now." He goes, "I can't really tell you anything I don't want to tell you right now." But I knew, and I was so panicky. When I got there, there was police everywhere. It was, not very good. And my children were there crying. My mum was there crying.
I was like, murder? What do you mean, murder? I honestly didn't think, even in that moment, that it was murder.
Just unbelievable. It's like you're in a movie. It's not even happening to you. Yeah, everyone was just shocked, devastated.
News that Nikki's death is now being treated as a murder quickly spreads around the area.
When I first heard about the murder, I think it was just generally shock, because you don't expect that to sort of happen where you live.
I was really amazed, really surprised. It's a really safe area, and it really shocked me.
It took a long, long time to take it in. We knew the relatives who knew them, and so sorry for the family, you know.
With family and locals still trying to come to terms with the murder, the bigger question being asked is who would want to harm Nikki?
She works with children. That was just what she wanted to do for her whole life. Just work with children, be a mum, and, she had a great relationship with everyone.
I loved everything about Nikki. Everything. She was just a beautiful person. There's nothing she wouldn't do for you. She'd cheer you up. She'd get you motivated, because I don't go out a lot. She'd come in, she'd do stuff for me. She's like the little sister I never had.
Her family was her life. And we saw her almost all the time. I'd open my door, my son would be gone into her house, and I wouldn't see him for days. Just to text her to make sure, is my son okay? And she's like, yeah, don't need to worry, he's here.
She literally brought so much joy to anybody that met her, really. She just kept us all together. She was the glue that kept both sides of the family together, really. She was just a really amazing, one of those people that you meet and you're like, wow, she was put on this earth just to care for people. She was just amazing.
I was honestly shocked when I found out who the victim was. So I honestly had no idea why anybody would want to harm her.
With no clues as to who would want to harm Nikki, forensic officers take a closer look at her flat, turning the block into a major crime scene.
Police officers in white suits were gathering vital forensic evidence. The whole scene had been cordoned off. It was a major crime in what was usually a quiet area.
A murderer will either leave something at the scene or take something away from the scene. So we're looking to preserve and secure that evidence. And that evidence will be DNA, fingerprints, blood, hair, fibres, etc. So that they're looking for the physical evidence. A forensic examination of the scene was carried out, and DNA, essentially blood, was found on the broken pieces of the chicken pot.
While the evidence is sent off to the laboratory for examination, further searching at Nicky's home uncovers something concerning.
A letter was found in Nicky's flat in which she'd written to her GP saying she was absolutely terrified.
The letter throws up more questions. Who could Nicky have been afraid of? And could this person be behind her untimely death?
Nicky unfortunately got a lot of threats, and Nicky was terrified. I've never ever known anyone so absolutely terrified. I remember one night she barricaded her door up.
Yeah, she was very withdrawn. She was just scared.
Police need to piece together Nicky's last known movements, including trying to ascertain whether anyone visited her.
There was no sign of a forced entry, in the sense of, for example, the door having been levered or a broken window or anything of that kind. The only way that you could get to it, it was quite secure, was by entering the door to the common parts of the purpose-built block and then going up the stairs and onto the landing and approaching the door of Nicky's flat.
So when looking at a murder investigation, the priorities at the scene could be different for different murders. For example, a killer has to have got there and then gone away from the scene. So it could be fast track looking at the CCTV, it could be speaking to family members, or it could be house to house because somebody could have seen the killer leaving the scene.
All the entrance and the landing on the first floor were covered by CCTV cameras, and as it happens, the system had been recently improved, and once the police got access to the CCTV, they recovered a whole series of images of events occurring at the door of the flat between the Sunday evening when Nicky returned home and the Tuesday evening when members of her family finally let themselves in.
After accessing the CCTV footage, police spend hours trawling through the images.
When the police reviewed the CCTV footage, they saw a person entering the flats. That person was wearing a high-vis jacket.
The CCTV shows a figure in a ginger curly wig, large frame glasses, with a King Charles I beard and a high-vis jacket, lumbering along the corridor.
The person is seen entering the flats just before 8:30 a.m. on Monday the 23rd of May and leaving just before noon, corresponding with the pathologist's time of death.
That person immediately becomes a person of interest because of the time they entered and left the flats. But also the CCTV showed that that person went to Nicky's door.
Who is the person on CCTV wearing a high-vis? Could it be a workman or a boyfriend?
When you've got the CCTV, you don't know who that is. However, you look into the victim and their background, and if you find out how a victim lived, you may find out how they died.
She didn't have a boyfriend, she was waiting for that one special person.
With police still at a loss, they turn to those close to Nicky.
The police called me up and asked me to go into the station to help them with something. But after I got off the phone to them, I was like a bit like, well, I was the last person to see Nicky. Like, all these thoughts were, you don't even think you're going to think like that, but all these thoughts were running through my mind. I thought, I was the last person to see her, I was the last person to talk to her. What if they think it was me?
Me and Jodie had been called up on the Thursday or Friday by the police at the headquarters in Welling, and they said, oh, would you and Jodie, we want just you and Jodie to come and view some pictures for us. And we were like, oh, okay. And we were like, well, we don't really know anyone around here. We only know our family, so I don't know what we're going to find. Like, we just didn't know what we was going to expect.
So me and obviously Leanne drove there. And we got there and they separated us both. And they basically took Leanne into a room and then took me into a room, and I didn't quite know what I was here to do. And they just like, we need to show you some CCTV images. Just say what you think, if you know the person, say.
And we kind of sat in this room and had a camera on us. I filmed the whole thing of me watching video footage of someone in a high-vis.
I honestly felt like passing out when I see it, like within 3 seconds of watching the clip. I actually had to stop halfway through watching it. I was in such shock. I was crying, screaming. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
And I was like, I don't even think that's a man. I think that's a female dressing up as a man. I knew straight away that Jodie was going to identify her.
I just knew that it was Yvonne.
The murder investigation into the death of Nikki Collingbourne has thrown up a suspect. A man seen entering Nikki's flat at the time of her death. But when CCTV is examined closely, family members recognise the person. And it's not a man.
When I see that first image of her dressed up the way she was, it just all hit me. I just knew that it was Yvonne.
But who is Yvonne?
So Nikki and Yvonne were sisters. There's a big age gap between them, about 27 years.
I first met Yvonne when I was dating her brother Paul, who obviously I later married, and we became friends. We used to go to the pub. Yvonne went to live in America, and basically I didn't have anything to do with Yvonne for years. She was estranged from the family.
Having moved to the US in the early 1990s, and due to their age gap, Yvonne and Nikki had not grown up together. But keen to get to know her half-sister, Nikki moved to America.
I did meet her when I went to America a couple of times. I kind of had my reservations about her, and she's quite in your face when she talks. She makes everything about her. She's quite manipulative.
She was quite boisterous. She would certainly punch you if she wouldn't think twice about it.
Despite the family's reservations, in 2015, when Yvonne came to visit family in the UK from the US, Nikki repaid the favour, letting her sister move in with her.
Everyone was just shocked to see her back in the UK, but at first we were happy to see her because she's part of the family.
The pair living together came as a surprise to family, since Nikki had shared something with them on her return to the UK.
Yvonne and Nikki's relationship was very strained when she came back because they'd had a big fallout before Nikki came back. And then obviously Yvonne followed about, I think it was a year later, but Nikki forgave her and they made it up, and that's how she ended up living with Nikki.
With Yvonne Kaler having been identified as the person in the CCTV, and with her being deemed the last person to see Nikki, and therefore a suspect, police need to ascertain what could have gone wrong in their relationship.
I have no doubt in my mind that Yvonne was jealous of Nikki and their relationship that she had over the years with their dad.
Yvonne was very jealous of the relationship that Nikki had with their dad because she obviously lived in America and Nikki lived in England, and she grew up with her dad, and I suppose, you know, she was in with all of us lot, and Yvonne didn't have that relationship with us. We only had that over the internet.
Because obviously Nikki felt obliged to have Yvonne there because they were sisters, and Nikki was very much a family person. Yvonne definitely manipulated her and used the fact that they were sisters.
Nikki and Yvonne Kaler's relationship was anything other than tranquil. It was difficult and tempestuous.
But could this strained relationship between the half-sisters have led to Nicky's death? In order to piece the puzzle together, police need to ask some questions. So make a decision.
Yvonne Cayler was arrested on the 25th of May, 2016. Once we've got the suspect in custody, and we believe that is the killer, the clock is ticking. So we've got to do everything we can to get enough evidence for the CPS to authorise a charge. Because certainly in this case, if Yvonne Cayler had been bailed, she was a risk to other people out there.
Because obviously they had Yvonne, they'd arrested her for Nicky's murder, but they had no evidence to hold her. They had this CCTV image, and DNA takes time to come back, so they couldn't actually hold her.
With Yvonne in custody, police trawl her mobile phone and laptop and discover she had been searching for flights.
The police discovered she was planning to drive to Spain and then fly out to the United States to meet her husband.
She was planning to flee the jurisdiction and fly back to America. Those arrangements had, as it were, begun in the immediate aftermath of Nicky Collingbourne's death.
She was a flight risk. We know she was planning to go back to the USA.
Her mobile phone revealed she'd even sent messages after news of Nicky's murder broke.
Yvonne Cayler was pretending to be as concerned and upset as every other member of Nicky's family. She sent a message to her husband in the United States saying, "Pray for Nicky, as I will."
While piecing together Yvonne's movements in the days leading up to Nicky's murder, further revelations come to light.
She had visited the costume shop where she acquired the wig and the disguise and the false beard the preceding week. So there'd been clearly an element of planning about all of this.
We believe she's planned this murder meticulously, so she's an extreme danger to the public out there.
Police build their evidence against Yvonne Cayler, but at this stage it's purely circumstantial. So the focus turns to questioning Yvonne while in custody.
Yvonne, do you recognise the person in that CCTV?
Look, bow-legged, fat, bow-legged to me.
Even though it could be clear that the person on the CCTV is Yvonne, Yvonne is denying that that is her, and that is not enough on its own to convict somebody of murder.
It was almost like it was a joke. Like she had padded herself up with some sort of padding, and she had a high vis on, a moustache, it looked like she'd bought in a joke shop, a wig and a goatee. And it was the most surreal. I can't to this day even look at it, like, I literally can't believe the way she dressed up and how she thought she was going to get away with that, because you can clearly see that that is her.
When I heard that Yvonne had dressed up to get into the flat, I was just gobsmacked. Never have even thought of anything like that.
Well, I couldn't tell if it was a fake beard.
Do you own a fake beard?
No, I don't own a fake beard.
Do you own a fake wig?
No, I don't own a fake wig.
By denying her presence on the CCTV, Yvonne was trying to achieve the smoke and mirrors that she'd of her plan. She wanted the police to believe that this was a man, and in fact, in her police interview, she tells the police officer that she thought it was a man who was bow-legged. Again, this was just part of her callous plan.
I'm fat, but I'm not bow-legged. I look like a man to me. I couldn't see his face.
What do you think looked like a man?
Just what they're wearing looked like a dude.
Then there is a breakthrough in the case. Results have come back from the forensic lab, which had been analysing the blood found on the broken chicken pot.
The breaking of the casserole pot at the moment that it was used to strike her had quite clearly cut the hands of the person who was holding it at the time, because on some of those ceramic pieces were found blood the DNA of which did not match Nikki Collingbourne, but which did match that of Yvonne Kayler.
I knew in my mind Yvonne has murdered Nikki. I just knew.
Yvonne Kayler was quickly charged with murder.
Well, of course
Why
they
would
knew.
you think that's me?
Because to me, it looks like the person's wearing a wig and a beard.
Well, I don't know about a wig, but they look like they had a beard.
We suspect that person has murdered your sister.
Well, it ain't me, because I ain't going to be able to push on that door like that.
Yeah, you said, we believe it's you. You said it's not you.
I know, you can't believe you think it's me.
Having been charged with the murder of Nikki Collingbourne, Yvonne Kayler maintains her innocence, but is remanded in custody until a trial date is set. Nikki's body is released, so she can finally be laid to rest.
Nikki was loved by so many people. At a funeral, there was so many people there that obviously I knew, and so many people had travelled from all over to come to her funeral. They'd all bought pictures of her, like at the nursery with the kids, and they all put it on a big board, and it was lovely.
But the funeral brings more devastating news for the family.
Nikki's mum, Rena, it destroyed her. She was like, she died a day before the funeral. She didn't even get to bury her daughter.
With overwhelming evidence stacking against her, Yvonne Kayler has been charged with the murder of Nikki Collingbourne. Having pleaded not guilty, Kayler's trial begins at Luton Crown Court.
The main issue in the case was the identity of the person who had been captured on the CCTV forcing their way in. Because Yvonne Kayler's defence to the charge of murder was a perfectly simple one. It wasn't me and I was elsewhere at the time.
As the case opens, Nikki's family take to the stand.
I think I was one of the first people to give evidence, so I couldn't actually go and sit in the gallery until I'd given my evidence. I just remember when I did go in, that obviously the very first person I did see was Yvonne. She was just smirking, trying to make me feel uncomfortable.
And they reveal a major fallout between Nikki and her half-sister Yvonne when the latter came to the UK to visit family for a few months.
Yvonne had been at Nikki's for a few months. They'd had a few bad days, a couple of little rows, and either Yvonne or Nikki would end up in my mum's house, which is where we resided at the time. And, you know, we could kind of see the tension, you know, getting a bit more.
So I think they lived together for a very short length of time, like 5 months. But in that 5 months, a lot happened. Like, a lot happened. Yvonne was literally trying to manipulate Nikki into doing everything for her. It was like she was using Nikki, basically. She was just using her.
So when Nikki told us that she was going to evict Yvonne, we were ecstatic, really, because Nikki had been in a bit of a state for a couple of weeks, maybe a little bit longer.
Tension arose between them whilst they were living in the flat, and Nikki Collingbourne asked her to leave. On the day of her departure, there was unpleasantness between them, and Yvonne Kayler made a complaint to the police that Nikki Collingbourne had assaulted her. And the police came to the flat and they arrested Nikki Collingbourne, and she was taken to a local police station. Having interviewed her, it wasn't long before I think they realised that there wasn't any substance to the complaint, and she was released from custody, allowed to go home, and in fact nothing further was ever done in respect of that complaint.
But whilst Nikki was busy explaining herself to local police, it seems Yvonne was taking her revenge for being evicted.
While Nikki was being questioned, Yvonne paid a locksmith to break in, basically. She proved that she'd lived there because obviously she had paperwork to say that that was her address, but obviously she wasn't on the tenancy. And so the locksmith, like, he had no idea, because she was very manipulative. She just pulls the wool out over everyone's eyes.
Whilst Nikki was in custody with the police, Yvonne stole loads of stuff.
Once inside Nikki's flat, it seemed Yvonne stole some of her half-sister's belongings, something Nikki discovered when she arrived home.
Well, she immediately reported what had taken place to the police, that her sister had let herself in to what was Nikki's home without permission, and Yvonne Kaler was arrested as a result of that complaint.
But Yvonne seemed determined to wheedle her way out of trouble.
Yvonne Kaler was now in big trouble. She was facing a burglary charge and a trial at a Crown Court. She approached Nikki's ill, elderly mother in an attempt to persuade her to say that the property that she'd taken belonged to her.
She was subsequently charged with offences of burglary and doing acts tending and intended to pervert the course of justice, and those proceedings, that case was due to be tried at the Crown Court at Cambridge.
While awaiting her day in court for burglary, Yvonne was released on bail on the condition she didn't contact Nikki.
She breached those conditions. She would phone her up, try and make contact with her, and did so in such a way as to cause considerable alarm to Nikki.
Nikki was certainly living in fear of Yvonne due to the burglary and perverting the course of justice.
I think she was just hoping that Yvonne would get on a plane and go back to America and just leave her in peace, because wherever she went, she was always looking over her shoulder. And yeah, it wasn't very nice for her to see her like that. She'd gone completely within herself. She's not bubbly anymore.
Yvonne's trial for burglary and perverting the course of justice was listed for May 23rd. Her half-sister Nikki was due to give evidence against her, something which police believe made Yvonne carry out her deadly plan.
Yvonne Kaler is a very controlling and manipulative person. She likes to be in control. However, once she's charged with burglary and perverting the course of justice, the court process is out of her control. So to try and wrestle that control back, she's been very, very callous in planning and executing the murder of her stepsister.
The court hears how on the day she was due to stand trial for burglary, Yvonne donned her disguise and entered the flat where Nikki lived, approaching her door.
Then this shocking scene of the door being opened, and what we surmised from the way that she was dressed and the towel and the half-full bath is that Nikki had been in the bathroom with a towel wrapped round her, with just her underwear on. She was preparing to have a morning bath. She heard the doorbell go. She opened the door and as she recognised it was her sister, she would have been really frightened and shocked at the realisation of seeing that, although it was her sister was disguised in this bizarre way, and I think she would immediately have known that she was in really serious danger. And there was a struggle at the door. And as you watched it, there were that awful couple of seconds where it looked as though she was just about to get the door shut before finally it was forced open and Yvonne Kaler went in, and then the door shut behind her. And then 2 hours of nothing.
Once inside the flat, the prosecution claims Yvonne and Nikki argued in the kitchen, and as Nikki turned to walk away, Yvonne attacked her.
The chicken dish would have been picked up by two hands and used with considerable force. and Nikki would have been walking away from that. Certainly was enough to render her unconscious.
Then Yvonne panicked and tried to stage the scene.
There's been an attempt made to make this look like a suicide. So there was injuries to Nikki's wrists to make it look like she'd self-harmed. There was also a big tidy-up of the flat, and including the staging of placing a dustpan brush in Nikki's left hand.
Having tried to make it look as though Nikki had cut herself on the broken pot and bled to death while trying to clear it up, Yvonne is once again caught on CCTV leaving the flat.
She was carrying some plastic bags that she hadn't had with her when she arrived, so she clearly had some property in the bags. One of the things which we consider she did when she left and which was in the bag were some of the remnants from the casserole pot that had been used, because one of the things the police did was they put it all back together again. It was like a 3D jigsaw. But what it demonstrated once they'd done it was that there were a number of the pieces missing. We surmised that she'd realised that there was her blood on the broken pieces, and she had taken those which she could find with bloodstains on them in the plastic carrier bag. But unfortunately for her, unfortunately for us, she left a couple behind.
When Yvonne Cayler was shown the CCTV footage, her reaction was one of denial.
Yvonne, do you recognise the person in that CCTV?
No, look, bow-legged, fat, bow-legged to me. I'm fat, but I'm not bow-legged. It looked like a man to me. I couldn't see his face.
As the trial progresses, Yvonne continues to deny her involvement. Then the prosecution calls a new witness.
Actually, the worst moment thinking about it through the trial was when they brought prisoner to give evidence against Yvonne.
We found out that there was a prisoner that Yvonne had spent some time with while she was on remand. She was going to be released quite soon.
She decided to draw a map of my flat and try and bribe a prisoner that was being released to set fire to my flat, knowing that my daughter was living here at the time with my 2 grandchildren.
She had this idea that if she gave her some of her DNA, I think it was blood, on a cotton bud or something, that she could leave the evidence there and set fire to it and say, well, someone's trying to frame me, because how would my blood be at a scene when I'm in prison? So someone's obviously framed me for the murder of Nikki.
But Yvonne's bizarre plan to try to suggest she had been set up for the murder didn't sway the jury. With all the facts presented to them, including the CCTV footage and the DNA evidence, the jury retires to consider its verdict.
So at one point in the trial, I honestly thought it was going to go the other way. It was like almost like her defence was like making it kind of out like she couldn't have possibly done this, and like honestly, we honestly thought at one point maybe she's going to get away with this. Honestly, it's a really scary feeling. Even though we knew all the evidence was there, it's convincing that jury that she did that.
On December the 19th, 2016, Yvonne Cayler is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum of 20 years.
Yvonne Cayler could have accepted the burglary charges or gone to trial on the burglary charges and let the jury decide. But she decided not to. She hatched a plan, cold, calculated, and she killed Nikki Collingbourne rather than face a trial for burglary.
When the guilty verdict was read out, I think there was the biggest sigh of relief to know that she was going to be locked up and that we would just never have to have anything to do with her ever again, and that we could then tell our children that this bad person is now in prison and she can't touch any of us anymore.
After Nikki passed away, people would like come up to me and say how sorry they were, and they'd always have a memory of her helping them in some way. Like, she would literally go out of her way to help people. She loved to make people happy, and that's what Nikki lived for, because seeing other people happy made her happy. Like, I can't explain. She was just such a gentle soul.
Ok, mình đã tô xong bức tranh được chứa tông mây, tông vàng khè. Xin chào các bạn. Xin chào các bạn. Hôm nay mình sẽ hướng dẫn các bạn tô màu bức tranh công chúa tóc mây, công chúa Elsa, bên chú người tuyết nước rụt. Mình về nhà rồi thấy bọt tẩy của xe máy ấn một trang tinh, cái chắc để nóng quá nó bị chảy nữa là
thì nó dính dính chúng nó bếp ga,
chắc là nhựa ấy, ở trên đấy làm gì có dầu mỡ gì đâu.
Cái này quanh nó toàn nhựa chứ nó có thể
còn ở bên trong có gì nữa.
Tôi vừa thử vẫn ăn bạn qua vẫn lên. Con này hình như sạc phát cuối hình như từ lúc mình chuyển sang bên này.
Câu hỏi trước của ai?
Của tôi, thì tôi mua về để tôi đi làm ăn này thế mà
chắc em hội về
không có cáp.
Ăn giờ vẫn đấy. Mình làm quấn xong ngủ như làm quả trà đá, mình gặp quán kia nó pha đặc lên không thể nào ngủ được. Thật đấy. Tôi dạo này cứ bị cái gì mình một gan kiểu đánh nhau cứ ngủ thật.
Làm ít gì đấy, men tiêu hóa, khi gặp ít toàn men tiêu hóa.
Bác sĩ kê đơn chuẩn không đấy?
Chuẩn, cái đấy cũng men tiêu hóa.
tôi sẽ đi mua sữa chua bạn ạ.
Men tiêu hóa, không phải là sữa chua bạn ạ.
Sữa chua cũng tốt cho tiêu hóa mà.
Rõ giúp tôi luôn.
Bạn nhắn cho anh hộ rồi, tí về mua tôi một sữa chua ấy.
Dạ, cái còn thiếu chút.